Alright, folks. The stage is set. The clowns are ready to mill about. I think it's time we get this little dance underway. What do you say? Who wants to dance? Let's get it going. Get your dance card ready, everybody. Send in the clowns. We have a long evening ahead of us. So let's get it going. That's fine. Some may say that that's the perfect way to dance on Hinazawa. I bet I didn't do it again. You damn right I didn't. I didn't hook up Joy to Key. 1 second. I keep forgetting to turn on Joy to Key. That way I can be lazy and not have to hold my mouse or press a button on the keyboard. You see. There we go. There we go. Alright, folks. Get comfy. We're going to be here a while. Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Rena a lot. Dang.
どうしたのさ、ケイちゃん。
We miss Rena, everybody. It's sad.
さっきからキョロキョロしてさ。
なんでもないよ。
It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife.
大丈夫だって。
Don't jinx us here!
レナがそんな短絡的なことをするわけないよ。まあ、仮にそうでも、自分の身くらい守れるからね。
Mion said it brightly as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. So Jetstorm and Sayara, what's your predictions? What's happening here? What's gonna happen? But I couldn't be optimistic like her because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action. Raven! We're jumping right back in. How's it going? You are just in time. We have just started. We are walking to school with Mion. Get yourself comfy. It's going to be, we are in for a doozy tonight. Hope you are well. Hope you're ready for some Higurashi. I hope you're ready for the dance. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action, but I couldn't deny that possibility either.
それよりおじさんが気にかかるのは、どうしてレナが急に変になっちゃったのか、その理由の方だね。
You're buckled up? That's good. Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy, but I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh, because it was really a stupid thing. But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease, if you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died.
親戚にお医者がいてね、ちょっと聞いてみたんだけど、脳とかに腫瘍ができて、たまたまそれが珍しいところだったりすると、性格が急に変わったり、普段と別人みたいになってしまうことがあったりするんだって。大昔はこの病気が悪魔つきや狐つきなんて呼ばれて、オカルト的に脚色されてたこともあるんだってさ。
ってことは、つまり、脳という体の一部に起きた肉体的な病気ってわけか。
今回に関しては、精神的と捉えてもいいかもしれないね。
I mean, I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing to say if you constantly have headaches, given that is a sign of a brain tumor. Having family members that have suffered and died with brain tumors, I can say that that is a concern that I would have as well.
レナは、リナ鉄平殺しの後、かなり動揺していて、心が不安定になってた時期があった。そんな時期に、大石のバカタレが富武さんたちの事件を大げさに吹き込むもんだから。
大石さんって人もさ、高野さんのスクラップ帳に少し似てるとこがあるかもな。
へえ、 どの辺が？
なんていうのかな。ひなみ沢村連続開始事件というものが存在しているというあたりについて盲信しているというか。現に5年連続で起こってるのに、こんなことを言うのもなんだけど、俺さ、もともと連続事件なんて存在しないんじゃないかって思ってる。
Oh, is Keiichi gonna galaxy brain us here? It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things to a series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history, and she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, you could say Oishi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena.
その辺にはさ、何かあるごとに黒幕のように振る舞う園崎家の責任もあるんじゃねえのかな。この村では何かおかしなことがあれば、すべて園崎家の暗躍。それで決着をつけられてしまう魔法の言葉になっちゃってるんだよ。例えて言えばほら、この世の現象はすべてプラズマで説明できるみたいな感じだよ。
Shoutouts to Plasma.
ほー。つまりそれは何を？園崎家が全部悪いってわけ？
そうだ。お前が全部悪い。よって、お前の名前は
Shoutouts to Plasma Mion, everybody! She's finally got her superhero name.
うわ、なんだかレスラーみたいな名前だ
Or
な。
her wrestler name. Plasma Mion. Nice.
はあ、プロレスラー大いに結構。
Oh, she likes professional wrestlers.
そうだケイちゃん、コブラツイストって知ってる？
Do you know what tummy stretching is?
やめろ。このクソ熱いのに絡みつくな。いててて。
Oh shit!
やー
Yo, Beepner, welcome. Hope you're doing well this
お
evening.
はようございますですわ、ケイチさん。おはようなのです。
Stoko and Riki-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. Can't believe Keiichi's already dead. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon and she'd start morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then.
今日は臭い。窓閉めて。
Satoko! Satoko! Come on.
バカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline in the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows and shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happened sometimes.
いやいや、
She did a
こんなの
scatoko.
大したことないって。
Oh my god!
いつだったかな、貝塚いぶきを剪定した枝葉をトラック山盛り何杯分か運び込んできたことがあってさ。あれはひどかった。あの独特の刺激臭は頭痛を起こさせるよね。
Distinct irritating odor is my rap name.
貝塚いぶきって何ですの？お野菜の名前なのです。たまにカレーに入ってますのですよ。
今度スーパーに行ったら探してみろ。
よくわかんないけど、最初はリカとケイチさんに毒味をさせた方が良さそうでございますわね。
あれ、俺たちのボールがね。
Ronnie James' distinct irritating odor.
北条、お前がまた隠したんだろ。
God damn, Satoko, you're in here farting up the place. You're stealing people's balls. What the fuck? She's in just full trash goblin mode today. The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko.
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
ほらほら、先生来たよ。みんな席に着きな。
はい、皆さん。席についてください。
I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come-from-behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the head of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife, but I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. Yeah, like 3 ancient powerful families versus 1 very determined girl. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left, thanks to the suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret the town council or a group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It was hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Rena suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did that mean she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? She has a body count, my dude. She's got a body count. I think she's proven herself a dangerous foe. Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? She came here to dig for treasure and kick butt. Exactly. The last problem of all was how much time she had left. She believed that she didn't have much time left, especially after desperate, disadvantageous conditions. She might try to stab whoever she thought was an enemy. But Rena sounded like she believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. Rena probably meant that she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought that she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, it felt like Irie and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room for the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her, it'd be a perfect place to attack. I told Mion about this during lunch break.
普段ならそんなバカなって言いたいところだけど、その可能性を全く否定できなくもないからね。本家に電話してみるよ。診療所にも人を配置するように言っとく。
Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call.
先ほどからなんだか物騒な話でございますけど、本当にレナさんがそんな恐ろしいことをなさいますの？診療所を襲うなんて信じられませんわ。
するかもしれない。しないかもしれない。でもな、怒っちまったらおしまいなんだよ。惨劇に抗うってことは、起こさないように戦うってことなんだから。
何事もないことを祈りたいのです。
わかりました。若いのを2人ほど診療所に送ります。
まさかとは思うけどね。何をやらかすか分かったもんじゃない。
姿を見たら直ちに引っ捕らえてしまって構いませんか？
本当は嫌なんだけどな。どうしようね。
先日の会合で竜宮レナを確保して警察に引き渡すことで決着しています。ですので引っ捕らえても一応筋は通ります。
うちの対面じゃなくて、レナの心情的に気の毒だなってこと。できたら本当に静かに決着したいんだけどね。
まあお若いですから、人さえ殺さなければ大抵はごめんなさいで済みますよ。
So all she's got to do is not kill anybody. Fine.
じゃあアウトかもだ。
いえいえ、見つからなければセーフですから。セーフ。沖宮の界隈ではあの二人の失踪を気にする者はいません。何かのヤバい話を踏んで夜逃げしたんだろうということになっています。あの程度のゴロつき、次から次へです。ですからセーフ。
Safe. When Kasai says you are safe. You better goddamn believe it.
アウトだのセーフだの。私ら野球拳でもやってるわけ？まあいいや。それじゃあくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。
了解しました。では引っ捕らえてよろしいんですね。
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。クロスプレーなんかにしないようによろしく頼みます。
I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話は竜宮さんをめぐる話ですか？
Give? You want me to give? You want to give me what? I get that reference.
まあ、はい。園崎さん、竜宮さんはどうして家出をしちゃったんでしょう。お友達として何か知ってはいませんか？
It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation, except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believed the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me more than finding her was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor and after they detain her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, and hit her head on the edge of some tofu and lost her memory. Happens all the time. Oishi misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, did we make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood? We did make it clear that Oishi was the one that misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was not make a big deal about this situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order for her life to get back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ、先生。レナは今ちょっと病気になってるだけです。それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。
Thanks, fat cop.
まさか先生、レナが悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。それはもちろんですけど。でも家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考えれば悪くないということはありません。
She had had a fight with her father, and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish, and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。それに気づけなかった私は教師失格ですね。一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかったです。
It's okay. It wasn't a curry-related issue, so I'm not sure you could have been much use.
先生、ちょっとヘビーに考えすぎです。もうちょっとリラックス。 プチ家出なんて今時珍しくないですって。
竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって、悪いことを始めたらどうし
That
ま
would
しょう。
never happen. She is a pure angel. Oh no. Ryugu-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang.
はい、もしもし。ひなみ沢文庫でございます。
Chie-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change.
今、どこにいるんですか？
Uh-oh. What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged that Rena was saying several times... Chie-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the
わかりま
clock.
した。今からすぐ行きます。先生との約束ですよ。
Oh, what's going on? She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of the locker.
院長、先生は休養ができました。しばらく表へ出ますので、みんなを自習させてください。
She took her car key from her purse. It was obvious she was going to see Rena
先生、
somewhere.
今の電話はレナ。
Maybe Curry
以上です。
Maybe Curry Teacher's gonna be the one to help us.
よろしく頼みますよ、院長。
Chie-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got in her car. The moment the car left through the gate, I ran to the schoolyard myself. I headed to the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window.
お疲れ様です。今のところ異常ありません。
違う。今出て行った先生の車を追って。多分、行く先にレナがいる。
了解っす。
Yo, high speed chase.
レナ
Let's
は警戒
go.
心が強いから注意してね。捕まえたら有無を言わさずに本家放り込んで、葛西の指示に従うこと。私の友人だよ。怪我なんかさせたら許さないからね。
Runa must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a bit bad about ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. School's out for summer. Tips Fedora. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and it chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would be settled calmly.
みんな、慶長！午後の授業は自習になったよ。というわけで、おとなしく席について何かやること。
Yo, study day!
自習？
Mian ran up to me and spoke quietly.
レナから電話があった。
え、本当か？
うん。ついさっき職員室に電話が。千恵先生が指定された場所に会いに行ったみたい。
レナのやつ、一体どういうつもりなんだ？
わかんない。とにかく、うちの車に先生の後を追わせてる。レナには悪いけど、そこで踏んづかまえる。
うまくいくといいな。
荒ごとには慣れてる連中だよ。任せとこう。
じゃあ、捕まえれば、一件落着なのか？
だね。そしたらとりあえず病院に放り込むよ。きっと、専門の医者が見たら、なんだってくらいに典型的な何かの病気だよ、きっと。 強迫性、心因性、ストレス、なんたらとか、多分そんな感じのやつ。
While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending!
一件落着。
Problem solved. Mion winked at me. She looked like she had already thought everything was over. But that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her, but I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. While I was thinking about it, the door opened, and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena! Oh! Oh! Okay. It's a cool sprite you got there, Rena. It's real nice looking. Hi. Doing good. You're looking good today. Looking spiffy. Good stance, good form. Feet firmly planted. You look real locked in place here. Not sure about that grip. I think that grip might not be good for the wrists.
Rena!
みんな起立起立教室の真ん中に集まって
What are you doing? Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of a student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. I wonder. Let's see if they got other sprites for this. Oh, we got it here. We got it here. Oh, we don't have it here. We just have to use our imagination. She's holding that hatchet somehow. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage.
みんな聞こえてない
Good. Static is always a good indicator of the state of mind of a person. Especially good. It's especially a good force to use in visual novels to demonstrate that fact. 404 hatchet, not fast.
教室の真ん中に集まって机は周りにどけちゃってね
Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying.
委員長でしょみんなに指示して
レナ、あんた何をやってんの
Oh, Jesus! A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Chie-sensei is going to be real mad when she comes back. Rena, you've been a very bad girl. No, that wasn't it. What the hell?
みーちゃんはやっぱりダメだねじゃあケイチくんに頼むよケイチくんだけは最後まで私の仲間なんだよねだから信じていいんだよね
Rena, your eyes, they look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in this goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same common morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at this very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that here
ケイ
instinctively.
チ君 机をどけさせて教室の真ん中に広場を作って
Well, like the anime is dirt cheap a lot of the time. Like you can get the entire series for like $30 now or something. And the anime is a good adaptation if you don't want to sit through 100 hours of visual novel. So.
わかった。みんな、レナが言うのに従おう。
Brennan was like a barrel of gunpowder at the moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. Dude, I could just let you borrow my Higurashi DVDs if you really want to see it. I don't mind. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desks against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted it. Rena, saying that they were moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a terrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard. The thing that looked most in the school.
じゃあケイチ君みんなのロッカーから縄跳びを出してもらえるかなそれを使ってみんなを後ろ手で縛ってね
俺、縛るのとか下手くそなんだよ。多分、上手に縛れないぞ。
後でちゃんと縛れているか全員のを調べる
Rena knows a thing or two about tying people up, apparently.
ゆるい人はその場で殺しちゃう
Oh, Jesus!
しっかり
Okay,
縛って
we
あ
need
げ
to
て
do
ね
this right. Okay, okay, you're bringing out the K word a little early in this confrontation. Gonna need you to dial that back a couple notches. We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd get used to hearing the word kill, but when Rena said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening I'd never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of. Damn it, why did we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. It was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from the lockers.
じゃあみんな床にうつ伏せになってね
Not. That's not a joke.
ケイチ君は後ろ手にどんどん縛っていってきっちり縛るんだよケイチ君は私の味方だもんだからわざとゆるくなんか縛ったりしないね
Leon tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There was more than 20 students in the class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would seriously be injured or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover her up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve this situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. Can we pretend that Rena never took the entire class hostage? At the least, we could make sure she didn't kill anyone.
ケイちゃん
Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at a time like this was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Yeah, like everyone's nice in their own way. It's just, you know, some things can go wrong. Yeah, boy, this will be a real good anecdote for class reunion. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror, and I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were laying face down on the floor while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching over every move from behind the teacher's desk. I stood frozen in the middle of it all.
圭一君にはまだまだ手伝ってもらうことがたくさんあるの。だから早くして。あんまり時間がかかると何人かが死んでしまうかもしれない。
Some of the kids started crying when they heard the word
大
die.
丈夫だよみんな。圭一君がきっと助けてくれるから。だからきっと誰も殺されないよ。
Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the word. Thank you for the 37 months, Taylor. Welcome back. You were in time for big ol' climax. We're in the middle of it right now. Rena has just come to school and, she's, you know, she's taken to this new teaching gig really well. She works really well. She's a positive motivator, I'll give her that. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances, but it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I couldn't fight against her now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there could be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. You had the house to yourself, so loud amp time. That's a good time. That's a good thing to do when you have a house by yourself. Absolutely. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That's why that was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was risk as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably had thought about attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her that she wanted to talk to her in private in order to lure her from a place far from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home, so Chie-sensei must have thought that Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Oh, nice! Yep, getting real loud. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using a part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office, so it's not like somebody was there all the time. Rena knew that, and she had probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone from the first floor to the second floor and made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone from the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yep, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it, so she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I had been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because they thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it! Everything seemed to be working out in her favor.
しまったぞ。
I tied up the last person and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pained cries made me feel useless.
ありがとう、圭一君。圭一君を疑りはしないけど、一応全員を調べるね。圭一君は頭の上で手を組んで、うつ伏せに寝ててね。これは全員に言うけど、私の断りなく立ち上がったら殺す。本人も殺すし、見せしめでランダムにもう一人殺す。
Jesus!
ランダムじゃ良くないね。じゃあこうしよう。言うことを聞かなかった子と出席番号に10を加えた子を殺すにしようかな。
Wow.
例えば岡村くんが言うことを聞かなかったとする。そうすると出席番号11番渡辺くんが一緒に殺されちゃう。
She's really got this thought out.
わかる？常に2人死ぬの。歯向かっても自分の命一つじゃ責任が取れないってこと、よーく胸に刻んでおくんだよ。
How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you'd stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're gonna die. But if you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life when you're on your own decisions.
うん、全員ちゃんと縛れてるね。圭一くん、縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど結構うまいよ。自信持っていいよ。じゃあ圭一くんは立って。
It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me that this is your come-from-behind victory you were talking about. I'd say she's doing a pretty good job so far.
沖宮 TS より前者へ。沖宮 TS より前者へ。ひなみ沢営林署にて籠城事件発
Oh
生。
shit!
人質多数。前者は至急ひなみ沢営林署へ向かわれたし。
How did this get out?
クマちゃん、遅れて申し訳ない。状況は？
ご苦労様っす。本日午後1時頃、ひなみ沢営林署内のひなみ沢分校区画にて教室占拠が発生しました。当時教室にいた生徒25名全員が拘束されている模様。犯人側の第一要求は営林署敷地内への一切の立ち入りの禁止と当保へのホットラインの確保です。
ってことは初めっから警察と交渉する気ってことですか。どういうつもりだ。
あと犯人は交渉人に大石さんを指名してます。犯人は竜宮玲奈。
竜宮さんが？わかりました。いいですよ。こうなりゃ腐れんです。
Gotta send in Bruce Willis.
とことんお付き合いさせてもらいましょう。
We should give a crooked
竜宮
smile.
玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。カーテンが閉められているので状況も一切確認できていません。
通報者に占拠時の様子は聞いてませんか？
いえ、竜宮玲奈からの直接の犯行声明でした。よって内部の状況は一切不明。担任は犯行直前に竜宮玲奈の電話呼び出しを受け遠方に呼び出された間の犯行でした。
計
Yep,
画
this is that
的
Konami
で
guy.
すね。営林署側の人間は人質には？
今日は営林署職員は不在でした。よって生徒25名のみ。生徒数は担任が出席簿で確認した人数です。
それプラス犯人ってわけか。竜宮玲奈以外に犯人らしき人影は？
いえ、何度かカーテンから覗く人影がありましたが、いずれも竜宮玲奈本人でした。ですが規模他を考えておそらく最低でももう一人二人はいると予想されます。
単独犯かもしれませんよ。
Rena Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Rena Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Neo Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Ryugu.
おいさん、校長と担任です。
ああ、どうもどうも、千恵先生。大丈夫ですか？
Oishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face.
レナちゃんはとても真面目ないい子なんです。こんなことをするなんて何かの間違いに決まっています。
マニュアル通りなら最近の竜宮さんの状況についてお聞きするところなんですがね。多分竜宮さんに限っては先生より私の方が詳しいように思います。まあ気を落とされずになんとか穏便に解決しますからご安心を。
He is the rock that keeps us steady. Chie-sensei was huddled over, and Oishi didn't think that he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the
大石
situation.
殿、よろしくお頼みしますぞ。もしできるなら、人質の交換を申し出たい。ぜひ私と子供たちを交換していただきたい。
校長先生、それ私が悪いんです。
先生方には校内の状況についていろいろとお聞きしたいことがありますのでご協力をお願いいたします。ボンジ君、図面の方で話を聞いてあげてください。
失礼します。1号車の無線に高杉課長です。
はいはい、もしもし。
大石さん、ご苦労さん。状況の大体は熊谷君に聞いたよ。犯人は未成年だそうだね。マスコミ規制の方を厳重に頼むよ。
わかってます。あと、犯人側が私を交渉人に指定してきてるようですが、問題ありませんかね。
竜宮玲奈の件は、先日の寄生虫の話以来よく知ってる。その流れなら、犯人は君のことをまだ味方だと思ってくれ。大石君以外には務まらない。くれぐれもよろしく頼むよ。
本当はすっごく嫌なんですがね。ちょっと今回はいろいろとお騒がせした責任を感じてますので、罪滅ぼしに一つ、お引き受けさせていただきます。
I love that they've found different ways to use Tsumihoroboshi throughout the dialogue here in terms of atonement. They've worked that into the original Japanese lines a lot in various contexts. It's really good.
車載電話に犯人です。
早速ご指名の電話が来ました。早速出ることにします。ありがとう。はい。もしもし。大石です。
大石さんですか？どうも、竜宮です。
どうもどうも。
どうもどうも。We got it.
大石です。
車載電話って電
fine.
波とかが悪いんですか？
We got our domo domo. It's gonna be good. It's fine. Sayara, calm down.
たまにちょっと聞こえにくくなりますね。
私と同じでね、定年間近なんですよ、きっと。
Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long, long cord trailed through the hallway to the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the
では
classroom.
本題に入りますね。
Let's get down to business.
まず最初にあなたが交渉人たる資格があるか確認します。
自信ないな。お伺いします。
大石さんは私の味方ですよね。
当然じゃないですか。あなたと私で園崎家の陰謀を暴こうじゃないですか。
Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally, or was the sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could
圭
do.
一君も一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね。でも今は信じるでしょ？
Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor, facing away from me with his head resting in his
今は
hands.
もう私の仲間で味方だもんね。
ああ、そうだ。
Ryugu asked Keiichi Maebara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi Maebara was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the
前原
hostages?
さんも竜宮さんの味方なんですね。心強いことです。でも、あなたも一時期、前原さんを少し疑われていたじゃないですか。
モデルガンの事件を聞いて、なんて人だろうって思った。でも、過去の事件で今を見損なっちゃいけない。それらを踏み台にして、私たちはより良い理想の自分になれるように成長していかなくちゃならないんだから。
とてもいいことを言いますね。まさにその通りです。
だから私たちは許し合ったの。だから圭一君のことを私はもう疑わない。圭一君は仲間。
わかりました。ならばそれは私にとっても圭一君は仲間ということですね。
We got ourselves a motley little crew here. We got a nice little three-pack of great minds in one place. Surely we can draw a good conclusion to all
圭
this.
一君に私がよろしくと言ってると伝えてください。
後で言っておきます。
圭一君にも新しい仲間としてご挨拶、受話器に出てもらうことはできますか？
The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
いいよ、圭一君。大石さんから電話だよ。
I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし、前原です。
He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maebara must have been pretending to follow Ryugu's orders.
どうもどうも、前原さん。
Well, there you go. You just got one.
沖宮署の大石です。この度はお世話になります。お互い頑張りましょ
う。はい、よろしくお願いします。
竜宮さんは今何をしてますか？
教室の中を歩いてますよ。
前原さん、イエスならはい、ノーならええと相槌を打ってください。
Oh, okay, we're good. We're going to speak in code now.
あなたは竜宮さんが何を要求しようとしてるか。
ええ。
The answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maebara wasn't Ryugu's accomplice. There was no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. He would help someone. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she
単刀
wanted?
直入にお聞きします。あなたは竜宮レナの味方？いえいえ、質問を変えます。あなたは竜宮レナに脅迫されて従っているふりをしている。
はい。
There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in
犯人は
victory.
竜宮レナの一人だけ？
はい。
If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, me being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line.
ね、圭一君は味方でしょ？
ねえ、そうでした。とても頼もしいですよ。
で、今度は大石さんが話してくれる番。前の電話で約束した園崎家関係への一斉捜査はどうですか？
Oh, those, well, I mean, this kind of thing takes time.
秘密の研究施設は発見できましたか？
We're working on it. I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just
今で
testing
す
me.
ね、県警の防隊と公安部で一斉捜査作戦を準備中なんです。何しろ市内全域を一斉にやりますからね。調整に多少の時間が。
遅すぎる！大石さん、私たちは今、獅子骨市が置かれている緊急的危機についてよく理解し合っているんじゃなかったでしたっけ？何をのんびりとしたことを。大石さん、本当に私の話を信じてくれているんですよね？私の味方なんですよね？味方ですよね？答えてください。
もちろんですとも。ですが、警察組織ってやつは簡単じゃないんです。
She boned the
私も
city.
最大限努力をしてるんですよ。本当です。ただですね、やはり話の規模があまりに大きすぎるもので。
大石さん、 私、奴らにどこかで毒を盛られました。富武さんに、あの異常な死に方を強いた、原始の力を持った寄生虫。あれをどこかで盛られたんです。昨日から、痒くて仕方がない。もう私、首をかきむしりすぎて血まみれなんです。
That's not good. You should stop doing that.
いつ錯乱して喉をかき破ってしまうかもわからないというのに、おいさんは何をもたもたと。
I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. More of an infection, right? Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die in the same way as Tomitake-san.
申し訳ないです。これでも頑張っているんです。ただですね、みんな言うんですよ。証拠はないのかと。
証拠があればすぐに動いてくれるんですか？
Mio-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I needed to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight.
わかりました。ミオさんのスクラップ帳をお渡しします。それでどうか他の警察の人たちを一刻も早く説得してください。
助かります。そのスクラップ帳をぜひ。
I looked through my backpack, which was laying at my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in
これ
there.
は私たちの切り札です。大石さん、くれぐれも、いや、絶対によろしくお願いします。
わかりました。信頼してください。必ずや奴らの陰謀を暴いてみせます。
でも、まあ多分、警察も組織だからそうなんだろうなとは思ってたんです。
You think so? I think they're just at FFOOOO now. I'm not sure that it's getting much darker. I don't think that it can. That might just be some
ちょっ
compression.
と強引なやり方だけど、こんな形を取らせてもらっ
This is
たんです。
Rena's last resort.
大石さんは、私に要求されて仕方なくやっているという言い訳ができるはず。
Yeah, the background is also making it look
なん
darker
とか、
too.
このチャンスを有効に生かしてください。
There's a lot of contrast going on right now.
ありがとうございます。必ずや。では、どうしましょう。私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Ryuga was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a
さ
colleague.
すがに私がこの場を離れるわけにはいかないので、代わりに圭一君に持って行かせます。
その方がいいかもしれません。やはりあなたが学校の外へ出れば、もしやということもあるかもしれませんので。
もしやって？
いえ、この騒ぎをもう園崎家も嗅ぎつけているでしょう。
God! Oishi, what are you doing?
あなたがこういう手に打って出るとは思わなかったでしょうから、
Oh
強引な
God,
手で
Oishi,
口封じ
you're
をしてく
you're
る可能
making
性
it
がありま
better.
す。
You're helping. You're such a help right now. Oh, I don't think you needed to say that.
口封じ？それって。
狙撃です。
Jesus Christ, Oishi!
園崎家のヒットマンは多分あなたがこれ以上騒ぎを大きくする前に狙撃しようと企むでしょう。
I get what he's trying to do, but he's fucking this up real
だ
bad.
からあなたは表に出ない方がいい。窓にも近づかないでください。さっきから何度か顔を出しているようですが、あれは危ない。そこを撃たれてしまいますよ。
ちょっと、周りには警察がいるんでしょ？
He's trying to scare her to, like, get her on the back foot, but, like, Rena is always prepared, and she's also very, very paranoid right now. This is bad.
そんなの未然に防げないんですか？
防げるなら防ぎます。ですがね、周りの視界が良すぎます。訓練を受けたものなら400メートルくらいはやすやすと狙撃する
Oh,
そうです。
this is too much.
ま
This
して
is
や
not a good
あなたも
plan.
ご存知の通り、園崎家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺技術に関しては特に習得しています。奴らは侮らないでください。
I mean, it makes sense from a psychology standpoint. He's trying to shake her a bit.
園崎家の陰謀を暴くには、
that might not be the best
あなたの
idea.
力がまだまだ必要なんです。
わかりました。忠告をありがとうございます。どうせ明日まで持たない命でも、今終わらせるわけにはいきませんので。
そうですともそうですとも。いいですか。くれぐれも窓から顔を覗かせないでくださいよ。用心してください。
Yeah, like this is a good play. Like psychologically, it's making him look better in her eyes, but it's also like, oh, you're just gonna stoke that fear so much. Yeah, like and then just flip out and kill people. Exactly. The phone conversation ended. Ren Ryugu was going to let Keiichi Maibara deliver the scrapbooks.
さっき書いたやつ用意できてますね。
OK です。うまく渡せますかね。
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して外を覗かせないようにしたつもりです。
Oh, he's very purposefully making sure she doesn't look out the windows. This
でも
fucker's
ま
up to
あ
something.
見てるでしょうね。そこはうまくやります。
I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation.
じゃあ
Hi!
ケイチ君、
Hey! Hi!
これとても大切なスクラップ帳。園崎家の陰謀と奴らの侵略の証拠を暴く証拠。大石さんに渡してきてね。渡したらすぐに戻ってくるんだよ。見てるからね。変なことをしたら怒るからね。
Rena took out a couple old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at
みーちゃんに
Neon.
も後で話すよ。
Oh boy.
みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるかをね。ひょっとするともう知ってるのかもしれないけどね。じゃあケイチくん、行ってき。校庭の真ん中まででいいよ。
Halfway out.
余計な立ち話とかしちゃダメ。
Don't say a fucking thing.
ケイチくんは持っていくだけだから無言でいいや。おしゃべり禁止だからね。おしゃべりしたら千恵先生なら T 定規で叩くけど、私ならなんで叩いちゃおうかな。
わかってるよ。無言で持っていくから、そのナタを下ろせ。俺はレナの仲間だろ。仲間だったら信用しろ。な。
そうだね。仲間だから信用するよ。だから裏切らないでね。
Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up.
じゃあ、行ってくる。すぐ戻るよ。
よろしくね。
I walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful, some were sure that I had used the opportunity to run, and some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'd do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry. I'd just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she would do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi-san.
前原圭一さんですね。どうもどうも。沖宮市の大石です。
That probably is. I bet, like, running or not is a bad end route.
すみません。レナから、何も喋らずに、これを渡せって言われてます。だから、無言でこれを受け取ってください。
わかりました。それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。お預かりします。
I tried to hand the scrapbook to Oishi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Eh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. And at that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。校舎はあなたの背中ですから、竜宮さんが窓から見てたとしても、今のやりとりは見えていません。
何なんですかこれは。
I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Ren to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size.
あなたへのメモもあります。教室へ戻る途中で竜宮さんに見つからないようにこっそり読んでください。では、そのまま戻って。これ以上は不信がられます。
I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed, but it didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through the crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door was unlocked, it would cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece and something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Maibara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even low voice so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There is also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button to gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. The spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It was probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd all be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. Whew, boy is in a precarious situation now. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position, but my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I gonna do? What should I do, Keiichi Maibara? Do I fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter. That's basically a hand-to-hand battle, but it meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. This memo also said that I'd need to aim at her face, which wasn't gonna be easy. Shit. Any percent no pepper spray. There you go. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I'd have to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill, just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough, but at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, she still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit, I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was this far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from this nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that.
おかえり、ケイチくん。大石さん、何か言ってた？
なんだ？
Satoko, did you poop again? Jesus Christ! As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to the corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline canister by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It's seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she? I see. This was just a hijacker. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I don't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand.
レナ、これはどういう真似だよ。
もちろんやらないよ。万が一の時の保険なの。私だって大好きなみんなのバーベキューなんて見たくない。だから冗談で済んでほしいって思ってる。
Rena shut off the lighter. Obviously, she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be so bad, but human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it's your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using a lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she'd realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was light the top and drop it on the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi-san gave me had already lost all its power.
保険なんて大丈夫だろう。大石さんはスクラップ帳があればきっと警察を納得させられる。そうなればあとは一斉捜査で奴らの陰謀が暴ける。そうなんだろう。
あのスクラップ帳だけで本当に動いてくれるかな。お役所ってのはお尻の重いところだそうだからね。
Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline.
とりあえずは大石さんを信じよう。あとは家宝を待つだけだろ。
そうだね。じゃあさっきの話の続きをするかな。それでね、その寄生虫は長い時間を経るうちに徐々に無害になっていったの。
Buddy, we're in school. We're learning things now.
でもそれでは面白くない人たちがいた。それがひなみ沢御三家なの。だから彼らは。
Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on.
すごい匂いだよな。ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまけるとすごいもんだ。
I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wished I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear
車
me.
のクラクション聞きたいな。
He wants to hear a goose honk.
クマちゃん、クラクション一発。
Kumagai honked once
ガソ
quickly.
リンとは参ったっすね。これでさっきからなんとなく感じてた匂いの正体が分かりました。多分この後の要求を押し通すための切り札にするつもりでしょうね。
クマちゃん、普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方をしたら18リットル入りのあれですよね。
さあ、多分。
小宮山君、営林署の人まだ返してないですよね。ちょっと呼んでもらえます？なるほどね。携行缶にはちゃんとガソリンと明記してあると、灯油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある？
はい。中身を間違えたら大変ですから、 すべての燃料容器にはちゃんと明記してあります。
Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いなくガソリンなわけだ。携行缶は何リットルのサイズのがあったんですか
？18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと記憶してます。
5リットル用って多分平たい形をしたやつですよね。
ええ、真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がついています。
前原圭一はポリタンクという言い方をしましたね。18リットルの方でしょうか。
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで、とりあえず適当な言葉が思いつかずポリタンクという言い方をしたのかもしれない。でもどのみち本当にガソリンだとしたらかなり危険なことになります。
Gasoline burns when lit. But what's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
クマちゃん、危険物第4類とかわかる？
いえ、気化ガソリンが危険だってことは理解してるんですが、詳しいことまでは。
18リットルと5リットルで最悪の場合どの程度規模が違うか調べときたいな。そうだ、ジジイに聞いてみよう。すいません、署に連絡して鑑識のじい様がいるか聞いてみてください。
おお、話は聞いちょるぞい。犯人に直接名指しだそうじゃの。
Oh yeah, like there's like you're not gonna be around gasoline that long, like very long before you start feeling it. Especially if it's just especially if you're just fucking drenched in it. Kaboom! Richie! Ipatsu! Wrong!
裏まで乗っちゃって大変なことになってます。
They're using mahjong words and I know what they mean now.
そのドカンってのは実に笑えないですな。ところですいません。危険物の第4種はお持ちで？
おつよんか？ここにいる人間全員足せば公主じゃぞい。どうした？ガソリンでも撒いて籠城しとるんか？
まさにそのようです。人質の一人に盗聴器を持たせてるんですが、どうも犯人は教室内にガソリンを撒いたようなんです。ただ撒いた量が18リットル缶か5リットル缶かは分かりません。両方のケースのですね、最悪の場合について教えてもらえませんかね。教室の広さは？
だいたい50平米ですね。
室内は密閉か？
おそらくさぞやガソリン臭いだろうと思います。
多いしまずいぞい。
やっぱり
教室は粉々に吹っ飛ぶぞ。教室内はまず全員死ぬな。
そりゃ18リットルの場合です。
18 or the 5 that place is gonna just fucking go.
アホ、5リットルの場合じゃ。
Like if it's 18 you're literally gonna crater the ground.
わしの記憶がボケてないなら 1.8 メートルの室内を吹き飛ばすのに4リットルもあれば十分だったはずじゃ。
The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters were needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room.
つまりお釣りが来るってことですね。嫌なリーチだな。じゃあ聞きたくはないんですが、18リットルだったら
What would happen?
そうだのう。大石風に例えると、親のリーチ一発ピンフ単葉赤赤ドラッグに振り込む感じかのう。
どういう意味っすか？
親の倍満24000。
Oh, these fucking dorks.
配給減点が25000点だから 千点本は1本残るってことですかね。
そんなところだの。柱1本くらいは残るかもしれんぞい。
そりゃあ振り込みたくないリーチだな。ね。
今のうちに消防署に連絡して化学車両を待機させた方がいいだろうの。事件解決後の処理は消防の指示を仰ぐ必要があるぞい。
参ったな。こいつは盗聴情報なんで消防車を呼び寄せたらバレちまうな。なんとか学校から見えないところに待機させましょう。
それがいいの。あとそれから大石。
ねえ、さっき人質の一人と接触できましてね。その際にこっそりと盗聴器を持たせました。ガソリン散布はそれで分かったんですよ。
まずいの。化学火災の事例で発火原因に。
Oh God! Oh God, that's worse! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oishi, we may have made it worse!
ガソリンの発火点は300度程度。火花はおろか、静電気でも着火して爆発する。
冗談じゃない。なんだってそんな危険な液体がこうも簡単に世の中にあるんですかね。
知るか。消防法と自動車社会を作った連中に言え。6月だからの。そう空気も乾燥しとらんとは思うが、とにかく万が一に備えて盗聴器の電源を切らせた方がいいだろうの。
大石さん、盗聴器で聞く限り犯人はライターを所持している模様です。
ってことはつまり前原さんがスプレーを使って静止しようとしても着火までは防げない可能性が大ってわけだ。しかも盗聴器まで使えなくなるとは。なんてこった。
大石、ライターはまずいぞ。
You think? Do you fucking think, forensic investigator?
冗談でもいじらせてはならん。犯人もガソリンの危険性を認知しとらん可能性がある。量を聞く限り、とても知識があるとは思えんぞ。
Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he'd never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and the gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and one hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All of the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages, especially when the criminal was living with her own delusion and her requests were something so unreal?
失礼します。先ほど受け取ったスクラップ帳の中に犯人からと思われる文書が見つかりました。
More educational than Mr. Wizard. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi-sama, if you are reading this letter, that means that I am at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held students as hostages. I'm planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact from the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family, and also the aliens who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozaki family. Guys, I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
宇宙人?
I don't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onigafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds. And through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth. All the other policemen frowned at the letter.
いやいや、驚きませんよ。高野の他のスクラップ帳も読みましたが、これに負けじを取らずの親切揃いです。個人的にはオッシーが面白かったな。
The Sonozaki family, as well as the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Oishiro-sama were actually a part of the aliens' strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The EDA clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a look-alike. That's how they have been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been look-alikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryugu. If you see any of these three, capture them immediately. That will be proof of aliens existing among us.
Takano Mio? どうしてでしょうね。
ああ、あれだ。俺さ、彼女との電話で隣のケンケンさんの検視で一日ズレがあったかもしれないですよって言っちゃったことがあったんですよ。
You did do that.
ああ、検視結果のミスの話ですか。
それで私、祭りの日には死んでたはずなのにどうしていたのかななんてことを言っちゃったんです。それをこういう風に解釈するとはな。ふざけ半分で脅しすぎたかな。
自分の名前が含まれてるのも奇妙ですね。鏡に映ったのでも見間違えたとか。
One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night.
これは俺、わかるわ。ほら、竜宮レナを探し回った晩、小倉で目撃されたって話があったでしょ。あれだよ。あれは多分、村人の誰かが流したデマなんだよ。で、それを本人がどこかで聞いて、自分がもう一人いるように錯覚した。
腐ったり、ノストラダムスだっけ？あれの大予言と同じですね。何が起こっても予言に含まれるように解釈しちまう。今の竜宮レナは箸が転んだって宇宙人の仕業だって言い出すぞ。
あるいはいずれ捕まることを予見して精神鑑定で有利になる資料を先に用意したとか。
そんなことあの子は考えてないよ。あの子は本気で信じてる。いや、本気の本気で。コロッと生かされた私だからわかるんです。彼女は本気で信じてるんだ。このインチキスクラップ帳を。
あ、まだ一枚あるっすよ。
Oh boy, another letter.
何何
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake-san. I've been scratching my throat since then. I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the EDA clinic, please bring it to me.
これは。
ですね。本気で宇宙人の話を真に受けてるなら、解毒剤だと言えばうまく騙せるかも。
But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead.
19時?
What time is it?
今何時だ?
18時前です。
Oh boy. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't even get dark until it doesn't even get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m.
1時間か。いや、1時間を待たずに火遊びで大爆発するかも。
Mom, Rena's doing a terrorism.
くそ。どうすりゃいい。
何が地球侵略と戦うだ。それに人質を巻き込むなんてめちゃくちゃだ。
めちゃくちゃなんです。今の彼女にはまともな交渉なんか通用しない。
Yeah, counter bioterrorism with real terrorism.
しかも本人は冷静だと思ってる分だけ立ちが悪い。
おいさん、それより次の文章。
何
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with the U-shaped bike locks. Even if the alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, that might create sparks. Therefore, you'd need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It is a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I rip the tip off its plug so it'll create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor, the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oishiro-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san. Rena Ryuga. Oh boy. Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground.
何が味方だ。
キッチンタイマーって目覚まし時計みたいなもんですか。
ああ、昔の炊飯器とかにはタイマーがついてないものも多かったんですよ。それでね、コンセント穴のついたキッチンタイマーって名前の目覚まし時計がありましてね。
There's so much good right now.
そのコンセントに炊飯器を挿しておけば、仕掛けた時刻に自動的に電源が供給されて、指定時刻に炊飯器が電源オンにできるって代物です。
へえ、そりゃ便利そうですね。
確かにそれを流用すれば、次元発火装置なんて簡単にでっち上げられる。キッチンタイマーってあたりが女の子っぽくてなんだか複雑だな。
That's awful sexist. That is awful sexist, Oishi.
電力会社に頼んで電力を落とすとかはどうすかね。
That's one way of thinking about it.
コード式なら電力がなければ無力化できます。
She can still fucking set it off.
でもダメか。教室が真っ暗になるのと同時にライターをつけるに決まってますよね。
やっぱり解毒剤の線がついて指向性の睡眠薬を与えますか。
Give her a Tylenol 3, it'll be fine.
指向性ですよ。多分自身に使う前に人質に試すはずです。注意してください。
了解です。手配します。
あと前原さんともう一度話したいな。竜宮レナが間違ってライターをいじらないようにうまくなだめてもらわないと。あと盗聴器もオフにさせないといけません。盗聴器はどう？面白いことは拾いましたか？
犯人が人質に危害を加えている模様です。
This is getting worse.
なんてこった。
どうも、その崎ミオンに対してのようです。
Oh no! Oh no!
やめろ、レナ!
Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of the hatchet.
圭一君はそこの壁から動かない約束だよ。
動いたらレナも怒るんだからね。
Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm off.
とにかく私が許せなかったことは、みーちゃんが死体を掘り出して警察に売ったことだよ。にっぽー。信じてたのに。信じてたのに。
Oh, Jesus. Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she hit her with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position with the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say she hid the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken.
やめるんだ、レナ！ミオ、もういいだろう。俺が話す。本当のことを話すから。レナ、ミオを殴るのをやめるんだ。
本当のことって何？ケイチ君。
ダメだよ、ケイちゃん。
クラスのみんな、今から言う話は頼む。聞かないでくれ。少し物騒な話をするかもしれないが、悪いことの話じゃないんだ。だから聞かないでくれ。耳に入っても忘れてくれ。頼む。
どういう話だろう。聞かせてくれるかな、ケイチ君。
難しい話じゃないんだ。あれはお前のためだったんだよ。あの埋めた場所が今年の夏に営林署が伐採で立ち入ることになってたのを後日に知ったんだ。だからあのままじゃまずいと思って、ミオンがもっと別の安全な場所に隠してくれたんだよ。
その話はあの晩に聞いてるよ。そしてそんなのはみーちゃんの作った嘘だとも言わなかったっけ。
なんで嘘なんかつかなきゃならないんだ。仲間を助けるのは当然じゃないか。だからミオンがお前を助けるためにやってくれたんだよ。
嘘だよ、嘘だよ、信じないよ。ならなんでそんなことを私に相談せずにこっそりとやったの？
Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be... Yep, I missed a word there. Yeah. Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best, trying to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that is why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her.
違うよ、ケイチ君。ケイチ君まで騙すなんて本当にみーちゃんは卑劣だね。部活で騙すのは許せるけど、仲間であるケイチ君を騙すなんて許せない。許せない、許せない、許せない。
Oh God, stop.
やめろ！ミオンを殴るな！ミオンは悪くない！
I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet, but she could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
ねえ、そうなのみーちゃん。そうならなんでそうだって私に話してくれなかったの？
ミオンに話せない理由は想像つくだろう。その崎家のいろいろ都合があるんだよ。それより気を使ってくれたことをお前が感謝すべきじゃないか。
I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me.
そうだよ、ケイチ君。園崎家の都合でみーちゃんは私を警察に売った。仲間の私を売った。仲間なのに、友達なのに、仲良しだったのに。ひどいよ、みーちゃん。本当に大好きな一番のお友達だったのに、どうして？ひどいよ。
To me, coming from you, friend is a four-letter word.
Oh! didn't do a bad, did we? This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so odd as to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, Rena. Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time, but she couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. Technically a hatchet, but... But someday you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You'll remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you'll realize that you're the one who made her bloody, and you'll regret you did. But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. But that was to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy, with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how this story ended, but I couldn't come to the stage.
やめろレナやめてくれやめてくれ
泣いてるの？どうしたのケイチ君。
I stood up slowly and walked toward Rena, just like what Rena did to me before, with my arms open.
頼むからやめてくれやめるんだレナ今はどうしてかわからないかもしれないなぜやめなければならないのかわからってもやめないと絶対に後悔する日が来るからだからやめるんだ
ケイチ君壁に戻らないとレナは怒るよ
Rena's eyes went cold as she lifted the hatchet in her right hand.
やめな、ケイちゃん。私は大丈夫だから。
Mion told me with such a bloody face. How could she be?
その中で俺を叩くのか
それ以上近づけばね叩くよ遠慮なくねもうケイチ君なんかいなくても最後までいけるんだよでも私はケイチ君と最後まで一緒にいたいだから私を怒らせないでね
She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who cares?
もし立場が逆だったら命を惜しむと思うか
当然だよ相手が凶器を持ってたら怖いから逆らわないね
嘘だな
I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. It's my turn to be strong.
俺もレナと同じだぜ仲間のためなら命なんて惜しくないレナが欲しいってなら俺の命だってくれてやるだからやめるんだ仲間を信じてるなら仲間を傷つけるのをやめるんだその痛みは必ずレナを襲うからだからやめるんだ誰もレナを脅かしたりなんかしてないみんながレナのためを思ってるそれを疑うな頼むから信じてくれ俺を信じろ俺の頭を砕けば信じられるってんならそのナタを撃ち下ろせばいい俺は防がねえからな
近寄るなそれ以上近づけばライターを点火するよ
Rena lifted the lighter overhead.
てめえ、いつまで夢を見てんだ。自分でも分かってんだろ。悪い夢だって。誰かに覚ましてほしいって。だから俺が来た。俺が覚ましに来たんだ。
覚ますのは圭一君の方だよ。この村が奴らに侵略されていることがまだ信じられないの？あの時はちゃんと信じてくれたのに、また疑うの？また私を信じないの？
Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. She would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Shit. I won't let this happen. I don't underestimate Keiichi Maebara, the original main character. You fucking visual novel, you. God damn it. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I am going to destroy their expectations.
信じてねえのはレナの方だろうが。今は俺を信じろ。黙って俺を信じやがれ。それは絶対にレナのためになる。前回の惨劇の主人公がそうだと言ってるんだよ。先代主人公の言うことをおとなしく聞きやがれ。
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだよ、圭一君。黙って俺を信じろ。信じてないのは圭一君の方だよ。どうして私を信じてくれないの？
やかましい！俺はお前が間違ってることを知ってるんだよ。お前の末路を知っていて、お前がする未来の後悔を全部知ってるんだよ。仲間を自らの手で殺し、それがどれほど罪深いことかに気づきもせずに生を終える。
Yeah, like, when I originally saw this arc in the anime, like, the idea that she has gone so far off the deep end that it's fucking aliens, it kind of took a bit of the tension away from me as well. But I think, like, I get what they're going for here. It's literally just like, she's just so far gone at this point. Like, there's nothing... But like there's nothing she won't believe at this point. Like, it's completely gone.
それがどんなに悲しいことか。
全然何を言ってるのかわからない。大丈夫なの、圭一君？
ああ、そうだな。何を言ってるかレナにはわからないだろうな。でも話してやる。ある大バカ野郎の話を聞かせてやる。あるところに前原圭一っていう大バカがいたんだ。そいつはみんなと楽しく過ごす気に何の不満もなかったのに、ある日を境にほんの少し仲間を疑っちまうんだ。そして何もかもが疑わしく感じるようになってきて。
He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually
そして
happened?
俺はお前とミオンを、なのにお前は最後の瞬間まで、俺に殴り殺される最後の瞬間まで頭をかばわなかった。かばおうとしなかった。最後まで俺を信じて両手を差し出したままだったんだ。それがどれだけすげえことか、俺は気づきもせずお前を殴り殺してしまったんだよ。それがどれだけ罪深いことか、お前には想像なんかつかないだろうな。だから俺は俺の罪を滅ぼすためにレナを止めるんだ。
それ以上近寄ると本当にライターを。
レナが命を懸けて俺を救おうとしてくれたように、今度は俺がレナを救う。俺はレナがどんなに立派な最後を遂げたか今でも覚えてるぜ。あの瞳には 自分が殺されるかもしれないなんて怯えはわずかもなかった。
You know, it's just me. I understand that it's a very emotional moment, and our boy has come to understand the meta, but I don't think I would be telling the girl who has taken over the school and has multiple ways rigged up to blow this place up how magnificent she was when she died in another world. I'm not sure we're making the best use of our words here. That's just me. I'm sure this is just to have the big emotional moment. These words will reach him, she thought. These words will make Keiichi-kun realize. Oh, that was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. Oh, I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. Oh, we got it. We got it good. Okay, we probably deserved that. I felt the blood on my face.
かわいそうな圭一くん。それは圭一くんの意志じゃない。圭一くんの頭に寄生している奴らがコントロールしているだけなの。今に大石さんが治療する薬を見つけてきてくれるよ。そうなったら一番最初に飲ませて治療してあげるからね。
That's actually really sweet. That is a really sweet line, honestly.
そうしたらもう圭一くんは奴らの支配から逃れられる。レナの大好きだった圭一くんに戻れるんだよ。だからもう少し待っててね。辛いだろうけど待っててね。
このバカ野郎が
I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead.
ちょっと職員室に行ってくるね。
You're leaving the room?
その間に誰も逃げちゃ嫌だよ。誰か一人でもいなくなってたらみーちゃんが大変なことになっちゃうんだからね。
Oh, okay, we'll be good. Chat will be good as well. Nobody's doing anything suspicious in chat. I'll make sure. Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That's when I heard the honk from outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did Oishi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear.
聞こえますか？沖宮署の熊谷と申します。聞こえているなら咳払いをしてください。よかった。今から言うことをよく聞いてください。犯人が撒いたガソリンは極めて危険なものです。今教室内には気化したガソリンが充満して巨大な爆弾と同じことになっています。ですから竜宮さんを刺激しないようにし、間違ってもライターをいじらせないでください。さっきのような挑発行為は二度と慎むようお願いします。
盗聴器って嫌なもんだぜ。
気化ガソリンはわずかの火花でも着火する可能性があります。ですのでこの連絡を最後に盗聴器の電源を切ってください。これは万が一に備えてのことです。それから最後に犯人は時限発火装置を仕掛けていると予告しています。
次元？なんだって？
キッチンタイマーを流用した時限発火装置で火花を起こすだけの単純なものですが、現在竜宮レナの要求する解毒剤と偽れる睡眠薬を準備中です。ですが残された時間が長くありません。予告ではタイマーの設定は午後7時。
I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
いいえ、時間通りです。急いでくださいね、大石さん。1秒たりとも遅れることは許しません。
聞こえてると思いますが、竜宮レナはタイマーの設定延長には応じないようです。あと15分で本気で心中するつもりです。
pumper full of ketamine, right? I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought of someone who would solve the mystery after I was dead. That's what Rena was thinking. Then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning.
俺にどうしろと？
睡眠薬がもうじき届きます。だが交渉中に爆発したら元も子もありません。
You think, Kumagai? You think?
あなたに次元発火装置を見つけ出して解除していただきたいのです。
よく映画で見るような赤と青のコードを切断するやつですか？
もっと簡単なものでしょう。犯人の予告によるならば、それは台所用のキッチンタイマーです。電池でなくコンセントに挿して動くタイプの目覚まし時計状のものと思われます。教室内のコンセントに何か刺さっていませんか？
There was one outlet in the back and another in the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in.
いや、教室内のコンセントには。
よその場所で発火しても確実性は低いでしょう。間違いなく教室内にあるはずです。
いや、多分ないぜ。廊下からコードが引かれてるのはレナが話してる電話だけだ。そのキッチンタイマーが電池式ってことはないのか？
電源を供給するタイプですので、あるいは他の部屋ということはありませんか？その教室以外にもガソリンの充満した部屋があるとしたら、そちらの部屋に仕掛けられている可能性があります。
Oh, the classroom could be the decoy, and that's not where the bomb's at.
学校中を調べろってことかよ。あと15分でか？くそ、俺は負傷中なんだぜ。
But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop the tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbook, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb?
こちらも努力しています。ですから、そちらでもご協力をお願いします。以上です。質問がなければこれで更新を終了しますが、何かありますか？
特にない。
No, I have a request. I have a request. If please find the truth later, everybody.
あ、いや、一つある。
何でしょ
う？大石の親父に言っといてくれ。よくも人の古傷をレナに話しやがったなって。もし俺が生きてここを出られたら、ぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しやがって伝えといてくれ。ああ、2発殴るぜ。俺のことをレナに喋った分と、レナのことを俺に喋った分だ。
了解。大石さんも竜宮レナに踊らされたとだいぶへこんでます。
A knee punch!
きっと殴らせてくれますよ。以上でよろしいですか？
ああ、このおしゃべりだけで数分食っちまった。切るぜ。
ご無事を。
Click. Rena was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Mion was going to get hit again for lying.
Keiichi.
Oh, hey, how you two doing? Y'all are looking real good right now. Knee punch! Riki-chan and Satoko crawled up to me.
今の俺の無線、聞いてたか？
トラップは私の先輩特許でしたよ。レナさんにお株を奪われるなんて、こんなの死んでも死にきれませんわ。
Satoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong.
もし死んでも、レナを恨まないでくれ。レナは病気なんだ。運悪く、悲しい病気にかかっただけなんだ。俺たちは、あんなにも明るくて楽しい仲間だったレナを、よく覚えてるだろ？
サトコ、僕はレナもみんなも素敵な仲間だと信じていますのですよ。あんなミオンさんにあんな乱暴する人を 仲間なんて認められますの？聡子だってわかるはずなのです。心の中の鬼が暴れ出して、どんなに悲しくても抗えない時があるのを知っているはずなのです。
Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko, but maybe...
レナさんを信じてますわ。
偉いぞ、サトコ。
I hugged Satoko's head. Rika-chan's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in
さて、
praise.
世界最高のトラップ名人に聞くぜ。この部屋を爆破するには、どこに時限発火装置を仕掛ける？
お任せなさいませ。その装置はコンセントに繋がってなければいけませんのね。
ああ、そうだ。でもこの部屋とは限らないぞ。
What if the swamp farted right now, right?
他の部屋にもガソリンが撒いてあって、そこに仕掛けてある可能性もある。
いいえ、そんな時間はなかったと思いますです。
Oh no! Not the internet. Taylor, is your internet being poopers?
多分レナは教室のすぐ近くに隠してあったガソリンを持ってきて、この部屋に撒くくらいだったのですよ。
そういやレナは昨べ俺と別れるとき、明日の準備があるって言ってた気がするぜ。ってことは何かの仕掛けを昨べのうちにしてあった可能性もあるな。
それだけのヒントで私はここに芋虫状態。なかなかに意地悪な難易度の爆弾探しゲームでございますわね。
サトコなら見つけられる。サトコに見つけられないなら俺にも無理だろうな。だから俺はサトコを信じて全部をかけるぜ。
サトコならできます。レナを救うためにも見つけ出してほしいのです。仕方ありませんわね。本気の私の前にはレナさんのトラップなんて問題にもならないことを証明して差し上げてみせましたよ。
I mean, she's got a point, because, you know, like, Rena may have taken over the school and prepared multiple ways to blow it up, but Satoko literally got a bucket stuck on Rena's head once.
さあ、もう一度聞くぜ。この部屋を爆発させるなら、時限発火装置をどこに仕掛ける？
Satoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Remember the innocent days of Bucket Rena, right? Right? Oh, goodness.
なんですかあんたたちは?
Yeah, I was about to say, we're gonna take 2 or 3 minute timeout, get up, stretch your legs a little bit. I think we're probably at about little over halfway there, maybe. So, everybody get up, stretch out a bit. We'll be back in just a few moments. You knew it. What did you nude? It always comes back to despair corn, right? It always comes back to despair corn. So much despair corn. Remember the good old days? Remember the good old days when Rena was she just thought despair corn was cute? Remember those days? Ah, oh, those were good days. Alright, are we ready to get things kicked back up? Are we all good? Are we back and refreshed? Those heady days of Dorcorn being our best friend. You good? Really needed to refresh. Alright. Alright, well let's get going. Yeah, let's go.
どきたまえ。ここの責任者は誰だね?
Several cars had arrived, producing several men that weren't from the Okinomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside.
おや、これは。お久しぶりですね。県警本部の大高くんじゃありませんか。
言葉を慎みたまえ。もう君にくんと呼ばれる階級ではない。
何かご用ですかね、大高くん。
Oh, look at him! Look at him! Look at him!
今非常に立て込んでいます。まさか県警がこの現場を乗っ取ろうつもりで？誰の了解で？
私が許可した、大石君。
所長！
高杉君から事情は聞いている。君がまいた種だという話も聞いているぞ。
That's how you know he means business.
君はもう下がって、
That's how you know
あ
it's
と
a
は機動隊に任せる
fucking
んだ。
機動隊って。大高君。あんたまさか吸収する気ですか？
15 minutes to pull this
危険
off.
は重々承知だ。だがもう爆発まで時間がない。君が時間を浪費しすぎたのだ。その尻拭いを我々がしようというんだ。君らは引き継いで後方に下がりたまえ。
I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order.
おいさん、何者っすかあいつは。
大高くん。昔麻雀がくっそ弱いくせに生きがってたからちょいと叩き潰してやったことがありましてね。それともあれかな、剣道大会で偉そうにしてやがったから面食らわして失神させたのを根に持ってるのかな。
Obviously we didn't get
大石
along.
君、現在の最新の状況を説明したまえ。
あんた本気で突入する気で？こっちはもうすぐ睡眠薬で穏便に決着がつけられそうなんだ。それをひっくり返す機会。
もう遅すぎる。あと1時間あったらその手も検討できたな。突入は府警の専門部隊が担当する。君はバックアップに回りたまえ。
所長、あんた分かってますよね。あの教室は今や巨大な爆弾なんです。だが一番恐ろしい爆弾は教室じゃない。犯人の竜宮レナ本人なんです。我々はようやくそれをなだめ、穏便に解決する手順を踏み、それを実行しようとしています。時間は確かにもう10分もない。
Do you think your flimsy ass rules are gonna hold this man back? Look at this motherfucker! Are you gonna hold that back? Are you gonna try to tell this man about rules when he has knocked you unconscious with a kendo stick? What about this man? What about this man? That's what I thought.
でも必ず成功させてみせます。講習は私が自らやります。ダメなら私が粉々に吹っ飛んでおしまいです。
He's got a coat. The man has a coat.
所長たちは離れてそれを見てざまあみろと思ってればいい。
大石君、 警の専門部隊はただの機動隊じゃないぞ。第二機動隊といえば君ほどの男なら噂くらい聞いてるだろう。
なんすか大石さん、第二機動隊って有名なんですか
？5年くらい前だっけ、空港の飛行機に犯人が立てこもった事件があったでしょう。あれをきっかけに東京と大阪にハイジャック専門の特殊部隊が組織されたって噂は聞いてましたがね。実在してましたか。
でもなんだって府警の機動隊がこんなところに。
Otaka smiled proudly.
たまたま県警機動隊との交流訓練があってね、特別に応援を要請したのだよ。
相変わらずですね。話をすぐ派手にしたがるその癖は。
The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen.
大高君、あんた学校で銃撃戦をやる気かい？一発で大爆発を起こすぞ。
安心したまえ。突入班が使うのは火器じゃない、ボート鎮圧用のガス銃だ。高圧ガスで催涙ガスを噴出する。何の問題もない。
へえ、そりゃあ便利な水鉄砲があったもんで。ところでそのおもちゃは校庭を横断して教室まで届くほど便利なものなんで。
それは君が心配することではない。あとは我々に任せて下がりたまえ。
I lifted my arms exaggeratedly. One elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose.
今のは前原圭一を呼び出すサインですか？
ねえ、そうです。前原君が気づいてくれるのに。
今さら彼に何を？
連中は多分グレネードか何かでガラスをぶち抜いてガス弾を教室に撃ち込んで、その隙に突入しようってつもりでしょう。連中は竜宮レナを甘く見てる。彼女は本気だ。ガラスの割れる音でもライターをためらわず点火する。
特殊部隊には制圧できないってことですか？
できないに決まってるだろう。だから今まで慎重にやってきたんじゃないの。竜宮レナは初めから死ぬつもりなんだよ。命が惜しくない奴に突入なんて意味がないんだよ。前原さんしかいない。
大石さん、繋がりました。
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてたら咳払いお願いします。緊急の話があります。聞いてください。
どうせ悪い話だろ。
悔しいですがビンゴです。県警が介入してきてお膳立てをひっくり返すつもりです。特殊部隊が校舎に突入しようとしています。
おいおい、護身用スプレーでひるませてもその1秒で点火されちまうってんで、俺はずっと抑えてきたんだぜ。突入なんてそんなの無理に決まってるだろ。
県警は竜宮さんがすでに死ぬ気であることを理解していません。ライターは脅しで点火するわけないと鷹をくくっています。多分5分以内に突入するでしょう。
Oh, boy, it's just real harsh timers now, baby. Harsh ass time limits.
なんとか竜宮レナからライターを奪ってください。
We got 5 minutes to get the lighter.
それは次元発火装置を何とかしろというオーダーに追加で。
ねえ、そうです。
マジかよ。あと5分でレナからライターを奪って次元発火装置もどうにか。
Can we get a 5-minute timer on the screen?
やってくれるぜ。
If I had live split open, or if I had live split installed right now, I absolutely would put a 5-minute timer up.
あなただけが頼りなんです。頼みます。
どうですか、サトコ。思いつきますですか？1階の廊下だけが知りたいんですの。そこにあるかないか。レナさんの行動パターンから考えて、1階ならあそこ、2階ならあそこ。
1階の廊下をコードが横断してないかざっと見ればいいんだな。
多分あるはず。普段のレナさんなら断言できますけど、今のレナさんはノイズだらけで行動パターンが読み切れませんわ。
よし、 任せろ。もう悩むにも時間が足りねえよ。最後の二択は、俺が直接探る。
I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell, I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything. Well, Taylor's eating what sounds like very delicious chocolate pie, which I'm very jealous of at the moment. Not gonna lie. And then I'm gonna make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
何？どうしたの、ケイチ君？
いや、今、音が聞こえなかったか？
Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
本当に？ケイチ君。
ああ、聞き間違いじゃない。
I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing.
ケイチ君、見てきて。
Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips.
わかった。
Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to
レ
me.
ナを怒らせちゃ嫌だよ。
信用しろ。俺はレナの仲間だ。
うん。信じるよ。信じるから。裏切っちゃ嫌だからね。
After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock on the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise?
大丈夫なのですよ。ケイチならきっと見つけてくれますのです。レナさんなら、いつものレナさんより疑り深いレナさんなら、どこにどう仕掛けますの？この程度がわからなくて、レナさんのトラップで最後なんて、北条聡子一生の恥ですわ。
なんだこれ。
I saw a plug inserted in the unit under the principal's desk, and also saw a cord extending to under the door of the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had outlets of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw a suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room, opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. Carefully, I opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there.
見つけた!
The time bomb. So it'd been here. So all I'd have to do is unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai-san calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one, too. I took the extension cord, and there was nothing plugged into it. Huh? Then what was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office?
いけない、ケイチさん！逃げて！
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
それは違うんですの！騙された！
She thought of everything!
A black shadow was covering me.
I felt my body freeze. I was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. Oh. Hi. Hi! Hi. Just doing some looking around. It's not often we get to go places like the teacher's office. Oh, hey, when do we ever get to hang out in there, right? I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground.
どうしてケイチ君は延長コードをたどって
Oh no, it's chime
目覚まし
time.
時計なんか持ってるの
Yo,
かな
Binabella, welcome. How you doing? We are approaching the end. of Tsumihoroboshi. The explosive climax, if you will. Hope you're doing well, though. All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. You're doing great. Glad to hear it. This whole time, she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me.
待てレナ
ケイチ君のこと信じてたのに。ひどいよ、ケイチ君。
Rena hit me with the back side of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time, she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead, it would split my entire head open. Oh, jeez! Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly as if everything was in slow motion and looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life! What? Whoa! It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Rena started moaning. It really clearly hurt. Oh, we're just going final boss mode here, I guess. Also, we got a tune going here. I feel like we've slipped back into Eastland again. Dad brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to go get the lighter from Rena.
力ずくでなら勝てると思うんじゃねえ
Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both my hands to get the lighter. The lighter flew out of Rena's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rena managed to shake off Rika-chan. There's our chance. I turned in Satoko's direction. I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead.
Keiichi, 早くSatokoのところへ行くのです。
Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward. Oh, God.
ケイイチ、これは初めてではないのですよ。
Oh my God!
覚えていないのですか？前の時、僕にあとわずかの頑張りがあれば。
Oh, that's good!
間に合った。今度こそ間に合わせる。だから言ってなのです。
I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so, I will depend on my friend Rika-chan.
Rika-chan!
Keiichi-san! もう時間が!
Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps hit the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came even closer.
すごいよ、すごいよ。これは部活じゃないんだよ。リカちゃんは殺されちゃうよ。怒ったレナにきっと殺されちゃう。
You want to be killed by an angry Rena?
へえ、私が怖くないんだ。リカちゃんすごいよ。
Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Oh shit! She's gonna just go for it! Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it.
すごいね。殺されるのが怖くないんだ。
Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way.
この私が死を恐れるとでも。幾百の死の山脈を越えてきたこの私が。
Yeah, like how are you
今更
gonna
何を
threaten
恐れると
somebody
いうの
that's
か。
just used to dying?
君、リカちゃんじゃないね。あの夜に出会ったリカちゃんもどきの方だね。正体を表したな、宇宙人め。本物のリカちゃんをどこへやった？
本物のリカ、ここにいるわよ。
みぱー。
I love this girl. That's so good.
ああ、その小バカにしたところは間違いなくリカちゃんだね。そう、お社様は宇宙人だった。フルデ家はその末裔で宇宙人の直系の一族だもんね。脳みそを叩き割って中の寄生虫を引きずり出しているからね。
Oh boy. Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream.
一撃で叩き割ってあげるよ。
Rena looked like a beast charging toward its prey. Yo, she gets a fucking CG for this shit? Extreme mob tactics, bitch! And she's even being smug about it, too. That's so dope! Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation.
1分も稼げれば十分。
Action lines!
遊んであげるわ。おいで、ナタ女。
Yes! Come get it, Hatchet Girl!
いいですの、ケイチさん。すべてのヒントと答えは
Ding!
もう朝の
Welcome!
時にありました
How's
の。
it going? Hope you're well. You were like at the middle of a big old climax for a very complicated story, so I can't 100% catch you up on this, but I assure you that the things that are happening are hype as fuck.
落ち着け、サトコ。俺に分かるように話せ。つまり、どういうことなんだ？
It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do.
ねえ、今日は臭い。窓閉めて。バーカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
Yeah, I have a low latency set, so like it should usually only be maybe 6 to 8 seconds behind usually these days. So it shouldn't like if it's running that far behind, it's usually on the user side, unfortunately. Just got here with some pizza. Yo, nice. I am all about some good pizza. We had been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no Forestry Service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She hid it in a plastic container. You can't smell the gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready just in case the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It sinks. There was another hint other than that.
あれー、俺たちのボールがねえ。王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
Kids who love to play with the ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was, but it was gone, so that must mean that Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere.
レナさんは雨どいの出口をボールで詰めて、
Oh,
雨どいいっぱいにガソリンを注いだんですの。
Oh, that's brilliant!
どこから？ 2階の屋根の上からですのよ。
The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too.
じゃあ、つまり、次元発火装置は
2階の窓から延長コードか何かで引っ張って屋根の上ですわ。
I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's
そういや、
bonds.
リカちゃんはどうやって縄跳びを解いたんだ？
あるございましたわね。私は溶けるほど痩せてなくて。
I rubbed Satoko's head.
みんなを頼む。俺は屋上へ行く。
As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me.
ケイチさん、これを。
なんだよ、まだ何かあるのか？
Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat.
ニーニーのですのよ。後でちゃんと返してもらうでございますからね。
Yo, we got a ball bat. We have a ball bat and knowledge.
おう、すまん、佐藤。
We got Nini's bat. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It easily eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was a bat that belonged to Satoko's brother Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we're the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. Oh man, it's so good they're recontextualizing that line. Holy shit, that's dope. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. It's so fucking good! God damn it! Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi! As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Well, damn Rika-chan! You held out as long as you could.
くそ、身体年齢があと5つもあれば。
Oh, oh no!
次はケイチくんだよ。
She's on to us, boys! Oh no!
やべえ、とにかく上だ。
Guys, I think she's mad.
今は屋根の上だ。
よく気づいたね。よく気づいたね。でもさせるもんか。
Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put on the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The results of Garbage Child's Trap. Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture.
なかなかの背を言ってましたけど、まだまだこの私とトラップ勝負をするのは3億5000光年くらい早くてでございましたよ。
Guys, I think we kind of have to give it up for Satoko here. I think we kind of just gotta fucking give it up. Like, it's brilliant. You gotta hand it to her. This is all good.
さとこちゃん、光年は距離だ。
Light years is a unit of distance, not time. You dumb child! Oh god! The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. Rip. I continued up to the fucking... Rene ignored Satoko and ran after me.
大石さんか、やったぞ。ライターは奪った。次元発火装置も分かってる。屋根の上、雨どいの中だ。今抑えに行ってる。
大石さん、まさかあれじゃ。
Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the second floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't even notice until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's
みんな
neck.
私はいいから早く逃げて。
あら、ミオさんらしくもない。こういう瞬間でも我が部の部長らしくあるべきではございません。部長はただ一言、こいつを外せと命令遊ばされれば結構ですのよ。
Satoko reached the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion.
みんなは全部のカーテンを開けて窓を全部開けたら外へ駆け出すこと。
委員長、前原さんはどうするんです？
ケイちゃんは警察が助けてくれるから、みんなはとにかく一刻も早くここから逃げて。ってもう外したの？
北条聡子にとって U 字ロックの U はこんなの楽勝の U でございましたよ。
The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as all the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out to the schoolyard. Oishi pushed Otaka aside and grabbed his radio and yelled at it.
全班突入しろ！突入！人質を全員確保しろ！犯人は人質1名を追って2階へ上がった模様！
こら！何の真似だね！大石君！無線を返したもん。
Oishi tried to grab the radio Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. There was a dull noise and Otaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing. Oops.
すみませんです。膝がたまたま綺麗に入っちゃったっすね。
What the fuck? Everybody's going nuts!
教室内にはまだガソリンが充満してるぞ！十分に注意しろ！ガス弾や閃光弾の類の使用は禁ずる！繰り返す！ガス弾、閃光弾の使用は禁ずる！大爆発するぞ！扉を打ち破れないですかね。
教室真正面です。ガソリン臭濃厚。火災に着火の恐れあり。指示を待ちます。
くそ！ブレーカーを落とせば上がりだと思ったのにな。電源室は放棄。2階部分を制圧されたし。大高君、電源室確保失敗時はどうするつもりだったんです？
それに失敗しないための特殊部隊だ。
これだから坊ちゃん育ちは。
くっそー！あ
とは時計のコンセントを抑えるしかないか。
狙撃範囲で HQ へ。1階屋根部分に男子人質1名を発見しました。
おいさん、前原君です。
スピーカーを貸せ。前原さん、時計の電源は2階の奥の部屋。
I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Brennan was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from
前
there.
原さん、そのまま2階の屋根に上がって誘導します。
Oishi-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said that it was in the drain canal. Maybe Oishi-san found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I've never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself up just 2 or 3 fingers.
そのまままっすぐ走って雨どいの一番奥。時間がない。あと30秒。
We got 30 seconds. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I've done crazy shit in 1500 seconds before. I could get there in half that. Over there, what is it? Was sniper unit? A sniper? I don't like the sound of this at all.
撃てたら撃ちたいけど、それ実弾ですよね。実は狙撃銃タイプの催涙ガス銃とか そういうことだったりしません？そういうのは軍隊で使ってくださいよ。日本の警察には必要ないですね。
Check this out. Even Oishi is like, we're fucking cops. We're not goddamn Rambo. We don't need fucking sniper rifles and taser shields. Jesus Christ.
前原さん、追ってきてます。急いで。追い詰められる。
How many more seconds did I have? Ah, who cares? I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer as it was sitting in the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks to start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it?
Yes!
Happy Oishi! We did it, everybody!
やった！前原さん、やった！
圭一さんはちょっとハラハラさせすぎですわね。余裕がないのはエレガントではありませんでしたよ。
Not only policemen, but the children who were on their way to ambulances raised their voices in cheer.
大石さん、消防からっす。現場は依然危険度最大につき、突入犯全員の即時退却を進言しています。
時限発火装置はもうないのに？
発火装置がなくても危険度は最大級の現場だそうです。これ以上は突入犯全員の生命に危険があります。
くそ、屋上の前原君をどうしよう。2階屋根なら
大石さん、図面では校舎下に花壇があります。そこへ飛び降りるように誘導しましょう。
Yeah, Cage is still being haunted by a maniac. This is not the end of this, I don't think.
作戦中止。退却せよ。退却せよ。
聞こえますか、前原さん。それから竜宮さんも、もうそこは危険です。いつ爆発するかわからない。校舎の下に花壇があります。そこへ飛び降りてください。
花壇だって？畜生、ここからじゃよくわかんねえってのによ。
But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Hi. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there.
まさかこんなところに隠したのを見つけるとはね。これで全て失敗か。
Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed.
ゲームセットだな、レナ。
We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she'd already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though.
そうだね。すごろくだったらここはゴールで、圭一くんの上がりだね。でも、これはゲームじゃない。だからここはゴールじゃなくて、行き止まりって言うんだよ。
負けを認めないやつだな。レナはつくづく強いやつだよ。絶対へこたれない、くじけない。最後まで戦う。そして、最後まで信じるんだ。
こんな時に褒められても、ちっとも嬉しくないね。圭一くんは、私が最後の命をかけての計画をぶち壊しにした。人類を宇宙人から守ろうと必死に戦ってたのに、 それをぶち壊しちゃった。これで人類が滅んじゃったら、ケイチ君のせいで滅んだって歴史に残っちゃうんだよ。
You're not getting Christmas presents this year, Keiichi. You are the reason humans went extinct. I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as one who destroyed the human species. Somehow, that sounded kinda cool.
レナ、お前が何と言おうと、このゲームは俺の勝ちだ。すでに俺が勝ってるのに、レナが負けを認めないだけだ。
そうだね。そうなのかもしれないね。
でも、そういうものかもしれないよな。ゲームってのは、勝者が決まって終わるもんじゃない。敗者が決まって終わるもんなんだ。ってことは、俺が勝つだけじゃダメってことだ。
へえ。それはどういう意味なのかな。
I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me.
レナに、きっちり負けたってことを、
Oh my
叩き込んでやろう
god.
ってことだよ。
Are we doing this? I won't run or hide. Do you want to know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from
こ
our
こで
enemies.
白黒をつけてやるぜ。レナがもう負けてるってことをよ。言ってやるぜ。寄生虫に宇宙人？バカじゃねえのか？そんなの今時誰が信じるんだよ。ダセえな。鼻で笑っちまうで。
最初から信じてなかったくせに、信じてたふりをしてレナを騙してたの？許せない。許せない。
レナが信じてるのは勝手だぜ。だが俺はそんなうさんくせえの信じねえからな。同じ信じるなら徳川の埋蔵金の方が楽しそうだぜ。それでも信じさせたいってんなら、俺たち部活メンバーには簡単な信じさせ方があるじゃねえかよ。
Yo!
勝った方が正義ってことだね。
That's fucking dope! What a shot!
そういうことさ。
Ren and I grinned at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop. We both checked the distance between
レナ
us.
が俺をぶちのめせたなら、俺も宇宙人の話を信じてやろうじゃねえか。朝晩 UFO を呼ぶ怪しげな踊りをして、牛小屋にキャトルミューティレーションに行ってやる。だがなレナ、俺にグーの音が出ないくらいにぶちのめされたら、そん時は覚悟してもらうぜ。
それを取り決める必要はないかな。ケイチ君なんかに私が負けるはずないもん。
Rena came at me with a heavy strike. Oh, we got action lines now, baby! I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting
まあそう
interesting.
言うなよ。意外にそうでもなかったりするもんだぜ。俺も部活で何度も激戦をくぐってきて、ようやく分かってきたことがある。自分ってやつをな。どういう時に自分が最高のパワーを出せるか分かってきたんだ。
Yeah, wait, guys. Careful with the sparks, please.
へえ、それは何かな。
Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face, and I'm going to defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we are equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all.
私を叩きのめしたらどうするって？ほらほらほらほら、押されてるんじゃないかな。
遊んでやってるだけだぜ。まあ見てろ。
Yeah, if I knew that these dings were this cheesy, I might have replaced them with something with a little more body to them.
レナをコテンパンにしたらどうしてやろうかね。これだけ互いにコインやチップをかけまくってるんだ。相当の支払いを覚悟してもらうぜ。
得ることの叶わない勝利に酔うもまた圭一君の虚勢が痛々しいよ。
ちっちっち、分かってないな。
Yeah, like cops are just down there.
俺はご褒美のデカさに比例してパワーアップする男だぜ。
My strength increases in proportion to my reward. My.
そうだな。もちろん俺専属のメイドさんだよな。
Oh, boy's making his move. Oh, damn.
朝はおはようございますから夜はおやすみなさいまで。
He's making his
奉仕
move.
三昧だ。
Woo!
メイド衣装は監督に全面協力を受けて日替わりチェンジのお楽しみ。おお、夜はおやすみなさいまで。いや、今夜は寝かさないぜ。
My God, did you hear the end of that line?
なんてどうだ。
Did you hear the end of this line?
いや、今夜は寝かさないぜ。いや、今夜は寝かさないぜ。
Look, man, they say that the high of battle can be an arousing thing. So
圭一君らしいな。そんなのはごめんだね。むしろ私が勝って逆の立場にしてあげるよ。
well, damn, this is just sounding win-win. We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Rena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. We could literally set off the fucking bomb. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun. I had been mourning and crying all day while Rena terrified me. How did it all turn into this?
ってことは結局俺たちにシリアスは似合わねえってこった。
Isn't it?
互いの火花を浴び合いながらヘラヘラしてるのが互いに性に合ってる
We're
ってわけだ。
literally deciding, like, because we've been trying to decide the winner of that battle this entire fucking arc. And we're now literally having that moment in the most crazy, deadly way imaginable. It's escalated so much from just a fucking water gun fight. It's so good.
おあいにくだね。レナはエレガントで上品なのが大好きなの。
And you do so very well.
そういうヘラヘラしたのは圭一君が一人でお楽しみ遊ばせ。
Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it.
甘い甘い、全然ダメだぜ。やっぱりお前撃沈確定だな。
ようやく体が温まってきたところだよ。
We're just getting warmed up.
こんなのウォーミングアップでしょ。
はあ、バカなりゃしねえよ。こんなのお散歩程度だな。
I love this so much.
お前汗だくだぜ。
代わりに血を垂らせばいいや。
前原さん、飛び降りて飛び降りて
What the fuck are you idiots doing?
ダメっすね。血が上っちゃってるようで声が聞こえてないみたいです。
Oishi running around. The clowns are milling about. The clowns are milling about.
おいさん。
ごめん。
Literally too engrossed in the fight.
何
をぼーっとしてるんですか。彼を救出する方法を考えないと。
Oishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. The students were also about to climb into the ambulance, cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rena and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to be shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But, why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Rena and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us.
楽しくなってきたぜ。どうだ、レナ。
You think that they'd be able to get here and know where the fire is since this scene is so fucking lit?
レナは最初から楽しいよ。でもケイイチ君の頭を叩き割ったらもっと楽しいかな。
危ねえ。おらおら、こっちへ戻ってこい。足場を十分に使おうじゃねえか。こんな最高の舞台何度もあるもんじゃねえ。まんべんなく楽しもうぜ。
絵になるよ、絵になるね。私たちほらいつの間にか月を背負ってるんだね。風が気持ちいいや。
It was such a fantastic scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at the mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun?
なんかよ、こういう涼しさでこう暑くなるとよ、綿流しの祭りの時を思い出すんだよな。どうも俺は静かに夕涼みってのがダメでさ、月が出るとはしゃがずにはいられなくなっちまうんだよ。
Keiichi's a brand new animal. All us club members went crazy the night of Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year.
月に酔うか、なんだかかっこいいじゃない。私たちはもう月に酔ってるのかもしれないね。
ああ、同感だな。仲間と命のやり取りをしてて、そいつが面白いと感じちまうようじゃ。こいつがそうさ、ルナティックってやつだ。
Bark at the Moon and Crazy Train are like the only two songs that should just be looping on back and forth over this scene. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker and the sparks we'd create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? I'm glad we acknowledged that at least. Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens.
ほら、何をやってんだか。バットが汗で滑ってるんじゃない？休憩にしてハンカチで手でも拭いたら？その間に頭を叩き割るけどね。
そいつはいいや。レナこそ汗でスカートがまとわりついて気持ち悪いだろ。脱いでもいいんだぜ。
Keiichi, I'm gonna need you to calm down, you lorn dog. Gonna need you to tone it down.
俺は手を出さないで見物するけどな。
Oh my god.
それで足に見とれてる隙にガツンとお見舞いするよ。
楽しいな、レナ。
悪くないね。
We flew, we danced. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, but then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. Rena and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after another. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched.
あの時さ、クラス全体の部活の日、水鉄砲で一騎打ちした時さ。
It's the weirdest flirting, right? They're teenagers. It's gonna be awkward. I think that's kind of like an honest energy to it. That's why I can't really call it gross. It's teenagers being weird teenagers. It's fine.
実は私も思ってた。
もう一回こんな戦いをしてみたいって。
Finally, the fruits of my effort paid off. You notice the lack of the 1 pixel line in the images? I fixed those myself. I'm very proud. I wasn't even sure if they were gonna be used again, but I fucking fixed them anyway.
As we thought on the way to the rooftop, our classmates down that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them. That would be bad.
あの時も同じだった。水鉄砲だったけど、やることは同じだった。
あの時より面白いぜ。今度は水の残量なんか気にしなくていいんだからよ。
水鉄砲じゃ火花も出ないしね。
打ち合うこの感覚もないもんな。
We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other.
あの時も多分言ったセリフだが、あえてもう一度言うぜ。
じゃあレナもあの時と同じセリフで返そうかな。
We both smiled wickedly at the same moment.
やり合うのが楽しくてならねえぜ。決着がつくことすら興ざめするくらいにな。
負けても恨まないでね。
ああ、恨まない。 この勝負を終わらせた自分の不甲斐なさを恨んでやるぜ。だがそいつを恨むのはどうやらレナの方になりそうだな。
どうかな。ケイチ君、足が藁だよ。
くそったれー。おりゃ
Everyone was captivated by our fights. They were swept up in our fights. We both had weapons, weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched and neither of us had hit each other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All of the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible.
ケイチさん、なるべく屋根の中央を維持するんですのよ。わずかの高みを生かすんですわ。
Satoko and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop.
こんなの見たことない。
Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win. Not against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit.
狙撃犯は何をしてるのかね。人質に危害を加えようとしているのだぞ。直ちに射殺したまえ。
As Otaka yelled on the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop.
違うよ。レナを撃たないで。レナはもう違う。さっきまでのおかしいレナじゃない。あのレナは違う。だから撃たないで。
違うとはどういう意味かね。見たまえ。現に凶器を振りかざしているじゃないか。明らかな殺意だ。射殺しないと人質が危ないのだよ。
とにかくレナを撃っちゃいけない。もしもレナを撃ったらケイちゃんはあんたを殺すよ。間違いなく断言できる。
どうして私をなのかね。
あの二人は殺し合いをしてるんじゃない。ただ撃ち合って火花を飛ばして遊んでるだけなんだよ。
You know, just kids having fun. They're basically just playing with sparklers. That's basically all it is.
見てわかるでしょ。そしてケイちゃんは語りかけてる。自分がレナと対等なことを。対等というのは一番信頼できるということ。ケイちゃんはレナの目を覚ませる。いや、もう覚ましつつあるんだよ。レナの悪い夢はもう終わりつつあるんだ。
ケイチ君はやっぱり最高だよ。君だけは殺したくない。君がいない世界はさぞや退屈だろうと思うよ。
へっ、なんだか照れるお言葉痛み入るぜ。んでどうするんだその世界とやらは。宇宙人の侵略があって大変じゃねえのかよ。
宇宙人なんて寄生虫なんてなんだかどうでもいいような気がしてくるよ。世界が滅ぶならいつでも好きな時に滅べばいいし、御三家の陰謀なんて知ったことか。
ああそうさ。たとえ明日隕石がぶつかって
今この瞬間より楽しいことなんて他にあるもんか。
チェ、それにお前毒を盛られてて今夜で死んじまうんじゃねえのかよ。余命の短いやつがピンピンしやがって。
そうだったね。すっかり忘れてたよ。私は今夜中に首をかきむしって死んでしまうんだったっけ。
なんだよ、自分で作った設定だろ。忘れるんじゃねえや。ほれ、たまには首をボリボリかきやがれ。分かってるよ。もう痒くなんかねえんだろ。そりゃそうさ。首を引っかくより。
私たちはもっと楽しいことをしているんだもの。
I wished it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and I felt dizzy from a lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. This is a... Listen, I told y'all this was a fucking iconic climax, and I think it's delivering. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in the water gun fight. Back then, it had been declared a
今回
draw.
はどうなるだろうね。
さてな、一つ言えることがある。
え？
最高に楽しかったぜ。
I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned, and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air.
一度間合いを開こうじゃねえか。
そうだね。次の一撃で今度こそ決着をつけよう。
Oh shit. Are we gonna Ninja Gaiden opening cutscene this shit? We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. The fight was ending
じゃあ
very
最後の最後
soon.
だ。もう一回確認するぜ。
なんだっけ？
おいおい、この戦いはお互いかけてるものがあったろうが。
Yo, a tune. Ooh.
お前、そのために戦ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったっけ？ごめん、忘れちゃってた。
仕方ねえやつだな。確認するぜ。まずは俺が勝った場合だ。俺の専属メイドになってご奉仕三昧の前にした。人前ではこれが私のご主人様ですってちゃんと紹介するんだぞ。
可愛い服じゃないと嫌だよ。
そこは任せろ。監督の完全監修のもと、古式ゆかしいオールドスタイルからちょっとドキドキな改造メイド服までいろいろと取り揃える。もちろん特注でレナにぴったりとフィットするサイズなんだ。すごいだろ。
すごいすごい。負ける気はさらさらないけど、なんだか楽しそう。
次はレナが勝った場合だ。
I paused for
レ
a
ナが
moment.
勝ったなら俺はレナの話を信じる。
Rita was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her
宇
face.
宙人が地球侵略に来ていて俺たちの頭の中には寄生虫が入ってる。そしてそれを園崎家が暗躍してて秘密研究をしてて、世界は明日から宇宙人に支配されるって話を信じてやる。あとお前は毒で今夜死んじまうんだよな。最後はちゃんと見とってやるから安心しろ。
なんだか私が勝ってもつまんないね。ケイチ君が勝った方のご褒美の方が楽しそうだよ。
仕方ねえだろ。お前そういう話だからわざわざ学校を乗っ取ったんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったんだっけね。ごめん、忘れそうになってたよ。
I think she's waking up. Rita smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face
俺は何
too.
しろレナのメイドさんがかかってるんだからよ。意地でも勝ちに行くぜ。
ブーブ
Boo! Boo!
ー。レナが勝っても面白くないよ。
なんだよ、 じゃあ今から帰るか？レナが勝ったらどうするよ？
Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Rena spoke.
私もケイチ君と同じご褒美がいいな。
なんだよそれ。俺がメイドかよ。
Hey, listen, Keiichi. I know that you have come to remember some things from other timelines. And this might be something that awakens in you with time. But there was another timeline where you were 255% into it. I promise you it will be a very easy transition.
どぎついな。
別にメイドさんじゃなくていいよ。でも他は同じ。朝は私におはようって言って、夜は私におやすみって言ってほしい。いっぱい私に優しくしてほしい。いっぱい私を楽しくさせてほしい。あれこれじゃ私が勝っても圭一君が勝っても私たちずっと一緒なんだよね。
一緒ではあるが待遇にえらい違いがあるけどな。
どうしてこんなにも大好きな圭一君と私はこんなことをしてるんだろう。
さーてな、どうして俺たちは屋根の上になんかいるんだ？何しに俺たちはここへ登ったんだっけ？
どうしてだったっけ？忘れちゃったよ。
バカと煙は上へ登るってやつだろ。じゃあ俺たちは二人とも大バカだな。
Yeah, she's gonna have the best lawyers available.
バカ仲間だね。
仲間だな。じゃあそろそろ行こうじゃないか。せっかくの体がクールダウンしちまう。
Alright. Bets in chat. Who's winning? It's a tie, draw, and Rena. Even though you said you'd be mad. Alright.
そうだね。
So we have two people that think it's just going to be a tie and a vote for Rena.
体が冷めちゃわないうちに決着をつけよ
う。We readied our weapons and took our stances.
私ね、やっぱりやめないってそう言おうと思った。
I shook my head
ダメだ。
slowly.
決着は必要なんだ。じゃないと終わらない。せっかくの俺とお前の戦いが終われない。うやむやじゃダメなんだ。綺麗に終わらないとダメなんだ。
こんなのおかしい。ひょっとしたらどっちが勝っても負けてもご褒美がなしになるかもしれない。
その時も恨みっこはなしだぜ。だから先に言っとく。
何？
楽しかったぜ。
私もだよ。
レナ、仮に俺たちのどちらかが死のうと俺たちは絶対にまた会えるから。だからまた会えたなら
今度は普通に遊んで普通に笑い合って普通に恋をしよう。絶対に互いを疑わない。互いを絶対に信じ合う。だから絶対に会えるよね。絶対だよね。
ああ、絶対だ。
Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too.
行くぜ。
It's a very well done scene. It really tugs at the emotions. It's really well played. There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. A very amazing shot. That's so good. Holy shit. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof and rolled down into the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. It was Rena's chance, of course. She wouldn't miss it. I was lying flat on the roof, and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided in two. Shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end.
やるな。腕が抜けねえや。
ねえ、ケイチくん。もう決着ついたんだよね。
おいおい、まだついてねえだろ。そいつを振り下ろすまではまだつかないぜ。
嫌だ。
うん？
嫌だよ。嫌だ。
Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her
どうして
eyes.
こんなことになっちゃったんだろう。どこで変になっちゃったんだろう。私はみんなを大好きで、みんなを信じていたはずなのに、どこで信じられなくなってしまったんだろう。どうしてケイチ君にナタを振り上げているのか、わかんない。どうして、私は、こんなにも大好きな仲間たちに、こんなにも恐ろしいことをしてしまったんだろう。
お前、そうか。気づいたのか。この世界で。
自分で自分が信じられないよ。こんなにも、あんなにも楽しい日々だったのに。どうして私は何の不満もなかったし、何の不安もなかったのに、どうして自分で壊してしまうような真似を。
レナ、お前はやっぱりすげえよ。
After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I'd done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believed that it was someone else's fault. Even after I was dead, I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was to not realize it was a sin.
だから、レナはすごいんだよ。仲間を一人も殺さなかった。お前は罪を犯す前に気づけたんだよ。
She kinda broke a cycle here.
さすがだよレナ。さすがだよ。俺とは違うんだ。
Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet.
仲間を傷つけたよ。みーちゃんにひどいことをした。
後で謝っとけ。俺的には当分の間、姉妹の入れ替わりを見抜けて、ちょうどいい傷跡だと思ってるよ。
that's one way of looking. That's one way of looking at it, I guess. Mion's the one that got her fucking head split. God damn, boy.
それに、殺しちゃってるもんね。
ん？誰も殺してないだろ。誰を殺したよ。
マミやリナと北条哲平。
ああ、あいつらか。
あの二人を殺すことは正しい。でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界はおかしくなっていたと思う。だということはあの二人を殺すのは正しいことじゃなかったのかな。
正しいかどうかは知らんが、最善手じゃなかったことは確かだな。
最善手って？
そんなこともわからないのかよ。
I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her. I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it, but Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then.
何かやばかったり、疑いそうになったり、辛いことがあったりした時はな。
It was so simple.
仲間に相談するんだよ。
そうだよね。そうだよね。
Yeah, like, Rena was 100% self-defense. Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
私が間違ってた。どうして話さなかったんだろう。なんで私はみんなを信じてるのに信じてなかったんだろう。
俺もかつてそうだった。だから俺は笑わねえぞ。でも気づけたならいいんだ。しかもレナは俺なんかよりずっと早く気づけたじゃねえか。
Hey, Star You Gays, welcome. Hope you were doing well. We had a very, very, very awesome climax to this arc that I hope you were here to see, because it was absolutely incredible. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That is why friends are always happy, and why we can endure anything together.
幕の降りた舞台だけどさ、カーテンコールに応えようじゃないか。これで全部おしまいだぜ。
カーテンコールって何かな？
I'm having a moment here, but you know, yeah. You hold it in. You hold it in. Trust me, this shit hits. It still fucking slaps. It's really, really good. This is written so amazingly well.
まあまあ、俺の独り言だ。最後だけ付き合ってくれよ。
We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. When I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending, I was proclaiming victory.
これで今宵はおしまいだぜ。俺たちは惨劇に打ち勝った。もう俺たちは互いを疑わない。だからいつまでも結束している。だからどんな惨劇が訪れようとも二度と屈すると思うんじゃねえ。悲劇など知るか、惨劇など知るか。悪魔どもが喜ぶ脚本が今後どれだけやってこようとも、俺たちが全部ぶち壊してやるぜ。
The incident at the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. Date of the event, midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Location, Hinamizawa, Shishibone City, X-Chome, inside the Forest Service field office. Summary. On June 25th, the suspect, Ryugu Reina, broke into the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. She forced her way into the classroom of the local school housed within the office complex, proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect scattered around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time, from 1845 The hostages resisted and fled from the building. At the same time, a special unit from the Osaka Police Department, 2nd Division Riot Division, arrived on the scene. 24 of the hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof, and after a brief pursuit of the suspect, engaged him in close combat. At 1910, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties, 4. All minor injuries. Details follow. Sonozaki Mion was captured by the suspect at noon. She escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. The suspect... Yeah, okay. Boy, trying to read all that. Furudorika was captured by the suspect. Suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Hojo Satoka was captured. Minor injuries during the fight. Keiichi Maibara was captured by the suspect around noon that day. He was released as a suspect at 1910. He received minor injuries when he engaged in combat. Regarding the arrest of Ryugu Reina, she disarmed and surrendered to the police at 1910 and was subsequently arrested. She was taken to the Okinomiya police station and questioned. She admitted to the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined that the suspect is fully accountable for her actions. The defense is in direct opposition to this and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. Nobody important died. So I made this one a little bit of a spectacle. So I hope it lived up to the hype. Yeah, Tomitake is still dead. Takara Miyo is still dead. Give her an MRI. The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. The game features a scenario jump mode. Still not convinced on Mio, huh? The tips reading room has been unlocked. And the staff room has been unlocked. And we get a post-game tip. The Demon's Script. Yo, we got a post-game tip. Let's check that tip, and then we got the staff room. So I go to extras here. I think we got to go to all tips to check this. View tips. All right. The Demon's Script. The car began to rattle as the road turned asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Hey, guess what? I bet I know who we are. Usually it was the rainy season this time of year. But this June, the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. Uh-oh. 20 years ago.
ここはやっぱり空気のいいところだよな。
ええ。風光明媚ないい土地です。ひょっとしたら隣の村みたいに世界文化遺産に指定されることもあったかもしれないのに惜しいですね。
そのおかげで観光客がいない。実に快適じゃないか。どうして旅行者ってのは田舎じゃ交通法規を忘れられるんだ。道路いっぱいに横になりやがって。
赤坂先輩はアウトドア今も？
最近はさっぱりだな。何しろ暇のない家業だからな。
それはお互い様です。 おーいたいた。あやな。
The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was getting ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partners stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man.
小隊長殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
おう。今のとこはどうだ？元気にやってるか？今日は楽にしてくれていいぞ。こちらは俺が大学時代に大変お世話になった赤坂先輩だ。
どうも、赤坂です。今日はもう一人、大石という者とご一緒するお約束でしたが、直前に検査入院が入ってしまいまして、同行できませんでした。よろしくお願いします。
さて、赤坂先輩、どこから回りますか？
His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eye at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way back to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division with the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inugai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Oishi and Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish what little information they gathered and ask their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently, the seal on Hinamizawa had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two had come along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The contents of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination.
では、鬼ヶ淵沼をお願いします。了解いたしました。それではご案内いたします。
The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back in their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water from the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what the Onigafuchi swamp looked like now.
沼どころか水たまりもないな。
大災害後のだいぶ初期に埋め立てられたと聞いています。自分がここへ着任した時はすでに埋め立てられていました。
ちょっと降りてみよ
う。Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest.
なるほど。これがネットでよく言う UFO の着陸場というやつか。
そんなことを言われてるんですか？
ここの写真がよくミステリー系のサイトに紹介されてるよ。ここで政府と宇宙人が交流してたって言うんだ。確かにこんな森の中にポカンとこんなコンクリートの空き地があれば不審に思うよな。
Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. Post this tree! So, volcanic gas erupted from this swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off, and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete.
ネットで騒いでる連中にも連中なりの根拠があるらしい。地質学的に言ってガスの発生源を塞ぐために沼をコンクリートで固めるなんてのは
Oyashiro-sama
何の意味もない
farted
から
all
らしい
over the village again. It looks like.
なるほど。確かに活火山の火口をコンクリートで埋めたという話は聞かないですね。でもまあ、税金での無駄な工事は我が国の伝統ですから。
Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from the magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred in Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa. So people easily believed that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that's what happened in Hinamizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained these documents, but they posted scans and pictures which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together, and it's become more like an urban legend. So this is what is believed to be true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano, who worked at a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 is most likely named after her. The woman who was a researcher had studied the demons myth in Hinamizawa and tried to solve it. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash-landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into the Onigafuchi swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much that they were fit for the word demon. Mio Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, so he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Oyashiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so when the carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule to not leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onigafuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by the means of advanced technology that they had received from the aliens. Star Tropics.
そういうののマニアな人たちはつくづくそういうのが好きですよね。ノストラダムスの大予言だって99年にはあんなに騒いだのに、7月が過ぎたら何事もなかったかのようにみんな過ごしてる。民放もあれだけ煽っておいて無責任たらありゃしない。
でも高野美代は南沢大災害を予見したらしい。それは嘘じゃない。確かにこのスクラップ帳に書いてある。
そんなまさか赤坂先輩、それ本当に？
As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien had lived for hundreds of years within the protection of the three families. It still lives in the spirit of a deity of the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger from there. People say that the disaster was actually part of the aliens' plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. And they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed all the residents by using toxic gas.
映画でそんなのありましたね。なんて言ったっけな。
Clever. Clever.
この辺まで来ると、俺もそろそろめちゃくちゃだなとは思う。ただ、このめちゃくちゃを書いた高野美代は、昭和58年の6月中旬、正体不明の開始を遂げる。そして、その死の直前に、自らの死を悟ったかのように、村の一人の少女にこのスクラップ帳を預けて、意志を託したというんだ。
The girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track down a girl named Reina Ryugu, so now it is known that Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Reina Ryugu inherited Mio Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding the school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the aliens' plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina Ryugu took Mio Takano's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Reina Ryugu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families and that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred.
まさか、それは偶然じゃないんですか？
わからない。偶然ではないと思う連中に言わせると、その後の自衛隊による封鎖はおかしなことだらけらしい。例えば、この沼の埋め立てが一例だ。そして、埋め立ての前に、明らかに通常の地質調査とは異なる秘密の調査を行っていたとされていて、当時、ここの封鎖に関わっていた自衛隊員たちが、それを何人も証言している。否定派はそれを、単にガスの発生地なので、危険に備えて立ち入りを制限していただけだと主張するんだがね。
それは多分、否定派の言うのが正しいんじゃないかと思いますね。
他にも、異常に長かった封鎖期間も疑惑の目が向けられている。近年に起こった離島の火山ガス災害の例を見てもわかるように、4、5年で立ち入り禁止を解いている。南沢のケースは例外中の例外のケースのはずなのに、封鎖は極めて長期に及んだ。
あのケースは島民が帰島を強く希望したからと聞いています。南沢には帰る人がそもそもいないんだから、十分安全が確認できるまでたっぷり期間を置いただけなのでは？
あと、こんな話もあるぞ。南沢を封鎖していた自衛隊員たちは、定期的に血を抜かれての厳密な検査を受けていたといい、何らかの結果によって、自他ともに理解できない理由で任務を解かれることがあったという。それは実は、細菌感染の陽性反応を見るもので、自衛隊員たちをとどまらせることによる何らかの人体実験だったと囁かれているらしい。
それはやはりガスが湧き出す危険性があっただけに、健康管理には気を使ったということでしょう。それに普通のサラリーマンだって年に一度は健康診断を受け、
Man, y'all gonna have some real fun predictions and theories going forward on the next spoiler cast, aren't ya?
まあ、君の言うことももっともだと思う。あと、もっと面白い話もあるぞ。南沢大災害時に火山ガスは発生していないと主張する連中がいる。
火山ガスは発生していない？どういう意味ですか？
つまり、もともと火山ガスなんか噴出してなくて、ガス災害というのが政府の嘘であると主張しているらしい。ほら、洋画の人類と UFO がコンタクトする作品でも同じ設定だったじゃないか。
それこそミステリーマニアのこじつけだと思いますね。で、その連中は何を根拠に火山ガスが発生しなかったと言っているんです？
封鎖解除後、ミステリーマニアがどっと押し寄せて UFO 説を補強するために色々調べたらしい。で、連中政府発表の火山ガス成分によるならば、硫化水素によって金属が腐食されたり、自然体系に大きなダメージが残るはずだ。にもかかわらず、稲南沢にはそういう痕跡が残っておらず、よって火山ガスが噴出したとは到底思えないとかなんとか言ってる。もっともあれから20年も放置された村なんだ。そんな痕跡を発見できたかどうかは疑わしいな。
やはりつくづくインターネットというのは信用できませんね。で、まさか赤坂先輩はその怪しげな話を信じてるわけですか？
最初は信じなかったが、最近は俺もわからない。何割かは真実が含まれているかもしれないと思うようになっている。
赤坂先輩ともあろうお方が UFO 話を信じるんですか？
このスクラップ帳、これが本物の34号文書だとしたら、昭和58年6月25日にひなみ沢営林署に人質を取って籠城した竜宮レイナが所持していた正真正銘本物の34号文書だ。ひなみ沢大災害の混乱で長いこと行方不明だったが、近年大石さんの古い友人が県警の保存庫で発見したらしい。
Back then, Oishi thought Reina Ryugu was delusional, but after reading this again in the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains at a
大石
theoretical
さんの
level.
仮説なんだが、御三家が過去の信仰心を村に取り戻すために大昔の毒性の強い病原体を研究していたのは本当じゃないかって言うんだ。ひなみ沢大災害は実はその結果の失敗じゃないかってな。
The theory is also based on theories and myths found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamizawa disaster. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night Reina Ryugu took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Dr. Irie could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice of some sort, from some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic and the villagers, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the entire village in one night.
ただのガス災害じゃないことは明白なんだ。ガスが湧く直前に一人の少女が最近テロを予告し、数人の村人が開始を遂げている。それをスクラップ帳にまとめた高野美代本人も含めてね。あれを偶然の予見不可能な災害だとするにはどうも腑に落ちない要素が少なくない。この34号文書を読めばそれらは明らかにはっきりしてくる。
じゃあひなみ沢大災害は自然災害ではなく細菌テロ。
In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, sarin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our
その後の
minds.
自衛隊の長い封鎖はその殺人ウイルスを調査するためではないかと囁かれているんだが、
Directly referencing the
すっきり
sarin
しない
gas
な。
attacks way back when. Wow.
UFO に乗った宇宙人がって話よりはカルト集団がって方が近年は信憑性がありますからね。
本当に UFO が墜落した可能性もあるかもしれないな。竜宮レイナが
人質籠城時に出した要求の筆頭は、鬼ヶ淵沼の底には墜落した UFO の残骸があるから引き上げろというものだったらしい。
バカバカしい。
それがバカバカしいか調べたくても、見ろ。沼はコンクリートで数メートルの厚さで固められ、確かめる術もない。地質学的にはガスを防ぐ効果は何も期待できないはずのバカバカしい工事によってだ。
赤坂先輩がそれを立証するには、あとはここの住民の生き残りを見つけて、体内からその特殊な病原体ってやつを見つけ出すほかないんじゃないですか。
それも致命的だ。南沢大災害後の南沢出身者に対する魔女狩りのせいで、今や出身者の存在は不明だ。彼らは名乗りなどあげまい。
Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since.
じゃあ、お手上げじゃないですか。
それでも諦めないのが刑事魂ってもんだよ。あれが自然災害じゃなかったっていう状況証拠はいくらでもあるんだ。何か一つの具体的証拠が見つかれば、芋づる式に全てを白日のもとにさらせるかもしれない。
まあ、あれから20年経過してますからね。真相はあまりに遠い闇の中かもしれません。
そうだな。21世紀の今頃になってここを訪れても何も分かりはしないのかもな。
What happened in Hinamizawa, June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Mio Takano mysteriously died and left a scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believed that a little girl, Rika Furude, was a reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind this scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy, or was it a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of this scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in a short term, mind control takes a long time to generally make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of character alteration which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members, though through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as a means of salvation and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Reina Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. So does that mean that Reina Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone? Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, it sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at the loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. What the hell happened in Hinamizawa 1983? Well, that was quite the tippy-dippy. But I believe we have one final thing to check out. You got your tree, but at what cost? Hello, my name is Ryukishi7. I hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 6, Tsumihoroboshi. There are several themes I wanted to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder. This is something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that the youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Let's say you're bullied as a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You could choose to get rid of the kid or from your current environment, or to get away from the current environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And you come up with murder or suicide as an easy solution. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for that sin. I believe murderers know that all too well, too. But you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill them. So, with a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. If you have the determination to give up your life by committing murder, there have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go to for help. There are people who will help answer the phone. There are people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it's useless to talk to others usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. There will be somebody who you can completely rely on the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Ryukishi7 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. So Ryukishi7 wants to talk to you all rather than worrying all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? Bitter laugh. 7th expansion, Ryukishi7. And that is going to close out Higurashi When They Cry, Tsumihoroboshi. I hope it was to your liking, and I want to thank everybody once again for joining us on one of these very long, labored, late night streams where we went pretty late. And all that fun stuff. So, well, when are we going to start the next one? I don't know that yet. Because before we do the next one, we are going to do another spoiler cast. Because by the time we go into the next chapter, which is Minagoroshi, we're going to basically have all the cards. You basically have all the knowledge to solve what's going on. And those will be when our final predictions are taking place, and to discuss what everybody thought of Meakashi and Tsumihoroboshi. So you get a chance to let the last two games wash over you as sort of all of the final strings become unraveled, and we learn what's really going on here, and if we're right or if we were wrong.